Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we will be, well, not really celebrating New Year's yet. It's a little bit premature for that. But we've got some Genshin Impact coming up, and after that it's a little bit give and take what we're going to be playing. But I was thinking continuing on some more Craft the World, because I've been working on RimWorld modding all day, and my original plan, though it may be have been to like play it, I am just way too exhausted for that. I've been setting up a Tiberium Rim playthrough, which unfortunately, due to some circumstances that came along today, means that we won't be playing until after the new year, at least. So, because I won't be home after tomorrow, so there's that basically. I'll still be on the Discord and trying to keep tabs on anything that happens over there. And excuse me, I did just eat dinner, so a little bit gassy, I guess. But yeah, some Genshin Impact, and I forgot to turn on my controller. Let me just log in here, because it does show my email every time, and I always like try my best, but occasionally it does slip out. So anyways, switch over. This will also most likely be the last stream with the Christmas decoration overlay, so I didn't really get to use it that much, but I've got it for next year, I guess. I also mainly just made it for the 24th December stream anyway, just to keep it a little bit different, I suppose. But yeah, it does get in the way, especially when like you're playing RimWorld, because a lot of crucial information is at the top of the screen there. Like that's where all your messages pop up, and on the left hand side that's where your resources are. But that doesn't matter right now. All that matters is that we'll be playing some Genshin dailies, and then we'll take it from there. We could also be playing some Inscription later, but I don't know if I want to do that today. I've been playing it a lot, though.
Hello there.
Hello there, Ammo. How you doing? How's the guitars going, by the way? Hope you're doing okay. Let's get the right party out. Because it was Monday yesterday, I already did the bosses yesterday, so unfortunately there's no boss fights today. But nah, I guess it wouldn't really have mattered. Domains don't really seem to be an issue performance wise, like the game seems to be doing okay. You're doing great. Didn't play for a bit, holidays and stuff, you know. Well, I guess I don't. Well, I know, but I didn't experience that this year, so for me it's kind of been just like a normal day pretty much. But I'm doing okay. I actually got a call from Peak today asking if it was okay for him to come pick me up tomorrow already, so I won't be home for a couple days. And our New Year's is gonna be celebrated as a LAN party, basically, with a bit of gaming and some board games, most likely. So he's basically gonna pick me up. Gotta stay at his place for a couple days where he still needs to work. But based on recent events and such, he's basically been off work very early in comparison to what he normally does. But yeah, otherwise it's going pretty well here. How was your Christmas? How did that go? Oh yeah, fireworks. Wow. This is just a commission though, so it's not New Year specific as far as I know. I think that's the second time I've done this specific commission, so... A lot of stuff going on over there, but Christmas was good. No. I hope it's not something... Like, by a lot of stuff, that could mean a lot. It could be positive, but also negative. Is it good stuff that's going on, or is it a lot of... not so good stuff going on? Oh, it's bad. Oh, that sucks. Well, nothing lasts forever, and that goes for bad things as well. Usually. Doesn't always apply, but you know what I mean. Whoop. But yeah, other than that, the only things that I've been dealing with recently is just insomnia. But that's just because I've been so bad at staying up too late. Especially now, these last couple days, because Peaky had like all of a sudden a lot of excess time on his hands, so we ended up staying up way late. Both of us. Oh no, I don't think you told me that. No, I don't think you told me that, no. That sucks though. I hope she's doing, like, she's handling it okay as well, and because I could imagine that would be a lot to deal with, especially at this time of the year. Because if you say it's right before Christmas, damn. I must have put a spoke in your guys' plans. Or at least, I assume hers. I don't know if you guys were planning on celebrating Christmas together or whatever. But I could imagine if that was like supposed to be a thing, then yikes. Okay. Well, you don't have to share it on here. I mean, it sounds like something that she wouldn't want God and every person to know about, so. There's a lot of tension. Yeah, I can imagine. That sucks though. Did I tell you about... You did hear about my situation, didn't you? I'm just asking just out of making sure. Because I basically didn't celebrate Christmas. Ah. Well, I guess can just talk about it and then you can cut me off if I'm just repeating myself. But I was supposed to visit my mom, or actually my sister, alongside my mom and another one of my sisters. I've got 3 of them. And that was supposed to be like where we'd be celebrating Christmas. Okay. Then you at least know it. But yeah, I guess you don't have the full story then. So basically, I got a call from sister number 2 telling me that she was calling me because Christmas plans had changed for her, and due to the situation she would no longer be going south. I asked her, well, what's going on? Well, it's our common sister that ended up getting tested positive for COVID during or after a workplace get together as like a end of the year kind of thing. And apparently it was a person she'd been sitting across for like it was only like an event that lasted 3 hours, but the person in question had like done one of the quick tests, which it came out negative. Then they had their get together thing, and then a couple days after, as far as I understood it, this person in question had then gotten back to everyone involved in this party, telling them that, hey, so you know that quick test I did that came out negative? Well, I just got results on the long test and it turned out positive. So now all of a sudden, my first sister there and everyone she had been in contact with, including her husband and her kids, were suddenly like, you know, in risk of having spread the disease to further people, including my mom. And since we were supposed to celebrate Christmas over at my first sister's place down south, we were like, my second sister decided that it was probably for the best to take it serious and delay whatever Christmas plans we had for now, and then wait until test results were in, so that we wouldn't risk each other's health and such. Because after all, I would be riding in, well, not really that much, but I would be riding in public transit for like an hour as part of the journey. And if I got sick and brought it with me all the way up here, and one of my other sisters that lives like somewhere midway up the country, all of a sudden it would be like all over the place, right? And then, not saying that it would spread to other people, but, you know, we didn't want to risk that, but also not risk getting sick, of course. I mean, who wants to get sick with something like that? So she wasn't going, and then I was like, well, damn, okay. And I was going to hitch a ride with my second sister, but, you know, because she wasn't going, then there was no way in hell that I would be able to even afford going down, even if I insisted on going. So what ended up happening was that my mom and my first sister, they held Christmas together just like they'd planned, because my mom had already been visited by my first sister's 2 kids in the meantime. So, you know, if she would have gotten, like, if her kids most likely would have been infected as well, or tested positive or whatever, then my mom definitely also would have, because we all know how kids are like. So that's basically what happened. It's also like, because my second sister and her husband, they got a divorce. Was it earlier this year or was it last year? Damn, I can't remember. I think it might have been, it's a while ago. Damn, time goes by so fast. It must have been last year already. But yeah, they got a divorce at some point in the last, you know, time. And as a result, the kids that they had together would also, you know, be celebrating Christmas in 2 separate locations. So if my second sister had brought them along down south, which was the original plan, they were at her dad's, I think, then if they would have taken that disease with them as well, going up to her ex-husband and his, you know, closest relatives and so forth and so forth. Yeah. One more reason to hate kids. Oh, Kata, don't say that. These kids are really cool, though. They do misbehave on occasion, but they're pretty cool. I did have... this is like a completely different story, but I guess the other story is completely closed off. So that's basically what. what happened for Christmas for me. So I decided to like stream on the 24th because I was just gonna be here on my own anyway. So to make the most of it, basically. And I had Toto as company and a bunch of other people in here as well throughout the day, so it wasn't too bad. It's not like everyone who celebrates Christmas after all. We can do a wish, right? I think so, yes. But I did actually have like an experience with those kids where you might have experienced it as well at some point, or will eventually. Where they were playing like Spyro, the remastered version on the PS4 at my sister's place. And it was one of the kids' birthdays. Can't remember which one it was. And of course I was there because I was invited. And at some point they get like a little bit frustrated with the game or something, like they get stuck or whatever. And they ask like my mom for help because I think it was because my mom also knows the game and has been playing it alongside them because, you know, she knows and she's played it herself. And she says like, oh, actually, I'm sure your uncle would be more than capable of helping you out. Have you tried asking him? And they were like, I don't know, like, they were like a little bit unsure if I was like up to the task, I guess. And it took like 5 seconds for them to like start yelling out like, how are you this good at this game? And I was just like having a great time, just sucking it in. It was pretty funny. There's also just like that moment where you realize like, damn, you're old, but also damn, you have a really easy ticket to gain respect with kids. Especially if the gaming kind. It's great. Highly recommended. Oh, this is the wrong team. Oh well. What is these flying void orbs near Eula in party choose menu?
Beg for mercy.
I guess we'll take a look in a moment.
Let the show begin.
Void orbs.
Crush.
Meh, we'll see.
More speed.
I mean, they weren't yelling that way, but they were like, you know, they were very enthusiastic about it. So they were like, oh, what? How are you this good at that game?
More speed.
Almost as if they were in complete disbelief, like no one could be that good or something. I think it's probably that magic moment where if someone's really good at something because they've like done it a million times and have just been like not showing it off, and then all of a sudden like they show what they can do. Because it only takes me like a second after picking up the controller to rewire my brain that okay, now we're playing Spyro. Yeah, pretty much. Except in this case, they don't scream at you because they think you're like cheating, but they're just in awe, admiring you. Like you're in the lower ranks, there's no one better than you. Oh yeah, also ammo. You remember we had that discussion at some point about FPS in CSGO and such, now that you mention it? I've thought about it a couple times to try and rationalize what may be going on in terms of the smoother experience you were talking about, even though monitors hardware-wise can't like render more than the refresh rate allows, right? Yeah, give me a moment. Kata. I think I might have a theory as to why. So here's the thing. Video games tend to only update things that happen in the game based on your FPS. Which technically means that if you have, as far as I can think about it, if you have a higher FPS, even though the game or the computer can't, or your monitor can't actually display it as fast as the computer can render it, your keyboard controls can still pick up your actions, is what I'm thinking. Meaning that if you have 200 FPS as opposed to 100 FPS, that gives you a wider time frame in which you can react to things that are happening on screen. True, you know, you can't react to something you can't see, but that doesn't mean that that's not true. What those black orb things are? I think that's just to show that you've selected them. I don't think they have any meaning. It's on every single character. Yeah, so it's nothing serious. But yeah, I think maybe that might be why. Which then, I mean, it would make a lot of sense in an FPS game where your keyboard reactions and mouse reactions and everything else is like super important, right? But I don't know, maybe I'm still wrong. But I just thought it interesting. Oh, there was a video about it? I don't remember if you mentioned that. But yeah, I do still find it weird though. The only other thing I could hypothetically think about is that there's like, if you render twice as many frames and it does like some blending between the frames, if you know what I mean, so that it's more accurate to what is actually going on in the game. Maybe that could be a thing as well. Similar to the effect you see on television in more modern times, where they take like old movies or TV shows, and heck, even I think my TV can actually do it natively without being like you know, something that's done on the channel itself, where it basically smooths out all the frames, so you get like this, they call it a soap opera effect, right, where everything is uncannily smooth. Because growing up as kids, we were so used to like, what was it, 29 FPS something, but I don't know. Just done playing Genshin for today, literally minutes before seeing my stream. Okay. New battle even have 3 bosses, but to get all the rewards, you don't need the third one. Kind of funny, kind of sad. Yeah, I haven't looked at the new event, but I did see that. I did make a joke. I did find like a meme about it on YouTube and posted it on my Discord. Because I remember like, because it's like what was it again? It was one of those where you had to like, now I'm just going off what I think it is. Is it one of the events where you have to like designate points into difficulty settings to modify the difficulty of the battle, and then you do like a boss fight or something with modifiers? Is that what it is? Okay. Oh, it's Battle Dungeon. Yeah, I can never like I pay sort of attention to the upcoming events, but I just take it as we go, to be fair. So at this point I've like tried them all, so whenever someone refers to something that has happened in the past, it's like, oh, it's like one of those probably. But yeah, the ones that you choose settings for difficulty. So I wonder if this time around they've made it so that you can get all the rewards. So along the lines of frame latency will cause micro stutter. Okay. Okay. I wonder then if, say you have a 144 Hz refresh rate and you render, let's say, 260 FPS or something, if it just has like it can't display more frames, but it won't cause like odd artifacting effects because it renders more, and then it like displays the image in a more accurate way. I don't know. Because it's like VSync, right? you're waiting for the monitor to refresh the image before you load a new one. And it's capped at the refresh rate of your monitor, so it's basically like if you were trying to render something faster than your monitor can actually display it. That's why you get those horizontal lines, because the image technically changes when you're moving around a lot before, like, it's more noticeable that way, at least. And I assume it's, if I understand it correctly, it's because the image updates like too fast for the monitor to visualize it and gets like cut off halfway, and thus those vertical horizontal lines appear because they're like, it's like a halfly loaded image or something like that. Maybe. But this is like a little bit of a technical thing, right? So pardon me if I'm not completely accurate. So you got 144 frames in spikes, right? And you got 144 hertz screen. Yeah, that's true if you get it in spikes. I mean, ideally you would not get, it wouldn't like go down. I think that's also the other thing. Yeah, I can see also the situation where like, oh, if you're aiming for 60 FPS, having stable 60 FPS might not always be possible. So sometimes it'll be like 58 or like 56 or maybe even 54 FPS or somewhere between like 50 and 60, but never consistently like 60 FPS. Then I could also imagine if you run it like, you aim for like a higher FPS, like say 80, imagining you only got a 60 hertz monitor, then like it can vary in that higher FPS range, and then it's like oh, what do you call it again? It's like it's like using your monitor to then truncate it, or it's called something else. Trying to remember what it's called.
Let the show begin.
It's like a math operation you do. You clamp it, that's what I mean. You clamp it, that's that's the term I was looking for. So it comes down to math, right? Let's say we got a 128 stick server. That means it will get updated 128 times a second. When you got 144 FPS, that means you got a margin of error of 0.88. If you got error, it's 0.42. But that assumes that it skips frames in between all the frames that it's trying to render, right? And not just like amongst. See, that's another thing I don't know. So we know that the FPS, if you set it to around 60 FPS lock, right? It can vary on the high end of the FPS, even if your computer is well capable of running the game. What I don't know, and this could also be a pretty big factor, right, is if your computer will occasionally skip the frames in between those 60 frames that is rendering per second, or if it takes like only frames towards the tail end. So say like, oh, out of the 60 frames, the last 6 frames just don't get rendered. Because that also doesn't, like, that would definitely cause noticeable stutter. And if it happens like in between them, it's less noticeable, but it's still there at the end of the day. So regardless of whichever solution you'd go for, I guess it would be problematic. But I guess having it in between all the frames would be better than, you know, the last 6 frames gone, because then you would notice like a flickering effect on your screen. If you cap it, you cap it so if it's 60 FPS, it will only render 60. So if you drop 1, you will notice it. Yeah, and that's like, say for instance, if you're playing Minecraft, you can tell it the cap, like what FPS range, like where to cap your FPS at, right? And I guess, yeah, then it won't render more than up towards 60 FPS, but might render less. Yeah, so if you set it to like 300 FPS, which is a very overkill on a 60 hertz monitor, right? But let's just do that. Then you have like 240 frames extra to deal with. So, yeah, and in this case, it's 144 hertz. So it's like contingency frames, basically. I guess you could call it contingency rendering for whenever things don't add up or whatever, or is missing. But yeah, I think that that sounds like it makes a lot of sense. Oh, she's friendship level 10. Anyway, so you say, Kata, previous one event with settings was just madness. You try to take 2 Magokinkis at once, they spamming one shot for kill. Yeah. No. Yeah, I remember the Magokinki now that you mention it. That was fucking nuts, dude. Generally speaking, ever since they started introducing those events, I've not been going for all the rewards. And thankfully, on the last time they did it, to get all the Primo Gems, you didn't have to like overexert yourself. I don't even think you needed to... You could like skip one of the fights entirely, maybe? I can't remember. I think I fought the 2 Magokinkis, yeah. But like... on low, I didn't set the settings to be absolutely crazy, which you would like those that you would need to get all the rewards. But it's like the remaining rewards were Mora and XP, I think, character XP. And nah, it ain't worth it. Not for that. Screw that. It was just not gonna happen. Let's grab some of these. You'd rather have 2 frames to pick than to lose 1 and stutter. Yeah, it's also that like that makes a lot of sense. True. And when it comes to shooters, generally speaking, or games with a very limited playing field or scale, you know, that kind of stuff. Say a game that happens all indoors, for instance, you might as well aim for a higher FPS. The only reason not to do so would be to save computer performance and, you know, electricity. I guess you could also argue it doesn't stress your system as much, but I mean, your hardware, assuming you're not overclocking it, is spec'd to run under these conditions, so I don't even think that that argument even holds. So, but yeah, it makes sense. And like, it makes more sense to me now than it did the first time you mentioned it, because I've had time to like think about, okay, how it's stitched together. And especially what if you were just saying as well, that definitely helps rationalize it. Because it's the thing, right, that if at face value, if you're just thinking about, oh, but the refresh rate of the monitor doesn't even have the ability to display more than 144 frames, so why even bother trying to render more? But it makes sense if there's like, you know, in between frames that get lost during rendering because your target FPS, it's like trying to hit a target FPS rather than like for instance, if you have VSync enabled, right, the target FPS becomes your refresh rate. So yes, you get rid of vertical tearing, but I guess you could, and most likely will, introduce stuttering in high speed FPS games or high reaction speed FPS games. But that's just me. Imagine FPS being ripples in a lake if there is 144 ripples a second in the same as you could have had 300, where you get 300 will most likely be smooth as sailing. Yeah, I imagine so. That VSync was a huge no-no. You got all rewards on all events you ever played. Game setting very average cap for rewards. Not a single point for being really good or playing really hard. As long as you playing, you'll get all rewards. This current dungeon event, you can get like about 22,000 points for all rewards. You need only 12,000. Okay. Yeah, I usually wait with the events like this one, because I assume it's like the other ones. Can you do all the tasks at one time, or are they like, you gotta wait 2 days, now you gotta wait 2 days, now you gotta wait 2 days, now you gotta wait 2 days? Because I really hate that, and would rather just do them all in one go, even though they might be stressful. But yeah, I don't know. That's at least how I see it. Also, Kata, what should we play today? Because I'm just about done with Genshin Impact. Didn't even take 38 minutes from the start of my stream, and I even did an intro. Oh yeah, also, I was really lucky on my boss fights yesterday. I got 2 Claymore billets. Right after each other. One for beating the wolf, and the other one for beating shit. So it's Andreas. It's Andreas for the wolf. That's his name, and Ashtaha afterwards. So yeah, I just don't know what to use it on. I can show you why. Because I already have a prototype Archaic that's rank 5. I've already got a Snow Tomb Star Silver that's rank 5. So I guess the only other option really is this one. Katsuragi Kiri Nagamasa. Nagamasa. But yeah. We even capped last added island location for like 4 days to finish, because some people like you would end up within 24 hours and gonna start complaining again why devs talking with imaginary players with their imaginary questions. No one would even ask for real instead of making new content. So you're saying that they are drip feeding the event again, I assume. So you can't do the last part for like a while or what? But the event didn't seem like it's gonna last long. It was only like 5 days from now. I guess there's also this one, but I haven't made it. Is it even worth making? It's a defense-based sword. Increase attack and defense up to 4 stacks. Oh, okay, that does sound like something that could be pretty strong. Oh, and you can... Oh, okay, and you can... Wait, and that actually does sound pretty strong, especially if you were to make more of them. I've been wanting to make more of this one, though. And maybe give it to Sayu? Don't know if that's a good idea, though. But I guess it's one of those 2 swords, eh? All events was like that, but at least most of events could be done in a single run when all chapters open. Some required to make a quest after quest to even start countdown for opening new chapters. Wait, have they really ever done that? Where I remember there was one event where there was like a limit. Like there's been a few events where there've been like daily limits on what you could do. Like the flower growing one, because you only got like a seed packet a day. So if you wanted enough seeds to grow enough flowers, you needed to like do it over. I don't know if all events have these. I mean, like for the lantern, right? You could just have, like with the tower defense and all that, you could probably have done that within a day. Though it would be like very stressful, you could still do it within a day. There was nothing that I seem to recall remembering. Like yes, on the first day there were like a timer, but once it all unlocked, you could just do it all in one sitting. And of course, there's the one with Marvelous Merchandise, which you can only do once a day. So you need to do at least 5 days in succession before it runs out, but yeah, exactly. That's what I've been doing. I did it for the last, like the Dragon Spine event. I did that, actually. I basically did all the event stuff in one sitting on one day. Because I hate it when, like, it's both a good way to do it, but also a really bad way to do it, because all of a sudden when you do the storyline quests, it's like, oh, come back tomorrow. Or, like, I'll contact you when, like, we're ready to progress, and it's like, oh, we're ready to progress. So it just... They put in all these, like, narrative elements to imply that a lot of time passes in between for the event, and that just becomes really weird when you're playing it all in one sitting, coincidentally. And that's, like, a side effect that I'm not too happy about, because it just makes the story narrative, like, weird. It's like, why do we have to wait for tomorrow? And, like, I've already got everything unlocked, so there is no tomorrow. At most, the game will, like, ask you to, like, in-game wait for the next in-game day, but, you know, you just fast forward and then it's like, okay, I'm moving on. You know? And outside, it's just artificially inflating the duration of the event. And I don't like that either. I prefer to be able to choose, like, 1 or 2 days over the course of a, you know, however long the event cycle is, to actually do those event things, rather than feeling forced to beat it on the last few days of the event, which usually also means that, you know, you only have, like, 3 days to choose from when you can actually do the event if you want to do it all at once as well, because they unlock all of the events so late in the cycle that, like, when they do unlock, all of a sudden, like, you don't get the freedom to choose. And in the opposite way, it's also just as bad, because, oh, you can only do, like, part of it every 2 days usually, and that also means that you will have to do it on specific days in between, but stretched over a long period of time, because if you don't, then, you know, you're gonna be stuck up in the end, maybe. I sent me a picture that visualizes a bit why more FPS is better. Okay, I'll just take a look for a quick second.
Hi.
Oh, that was a video. At some other point, I'll watch that, maybe. GPU FPS. Yeah, so the top is like your hertz, how frequently the monitor updates. And below is like, as we were talking about, how the FPS works, right? So you get all those in between frames, which means that whenever it refreshes at these points, then I guess it uses the latest frame that was updated. And it's inconsistent because sometimes a frame takes longer to render than another, so it can render multiple ones in succession. But like here, for instance, this one frame in the middle sort of implies that it would be one of those that takes longer, right? It's at least got a higher chance of being more, like, it's more likely to be more up to date, right? So yeah. And our eyes can't react fast enough to see that, like, this variation here. So we just, and even then, like, it doesn't even matter because we only see the refresh rate thing. So So we don't see this in like variability. It's interesting stuff. So you say bad way to do it. Making all the quests for every single day. Every single day you should play for do dailies, spend resin, claim rewards. Can't wait 7 days and do all 28. You would. You would do it a single run if that would be an option, but never gonna happen because easiest way to keep people playing. Keep playing. They're not that good as they think game. Are you saying they don't think their game is good enough for it to be like entertaining outside of just the event stuff? Or what is it you mean? Okay. So as you say, the margin of error is slim, but that's one thing of competitive shooters. The margin of error needs to be null. Preferably, yes. For you. I mean, if it's supposed to be competitive, I guess it would have to be the same for every player, because the even playing field, but that's also a completely different ball game. So we have some options on what to play today. Do we want to take a quick round of Inscription? Just a single one maybe? See if I can beat the AI. Otherwise it would be Craft the World. And we did talk about Rise to Ruins. But I haven't touched this game in like since September though. Nvidia made a study about this. Higher FPS equals higher kill death ratio. I mean, if it improves your ability to react, then sure. Also, Nvidia would say that. Just, you know, putting that out there. Of course, Nvidia made a study on this. That's like, you know, their bread and butter. Selling GPUs to people who feel they need it. Or, you know, even if it is true. Having it being like backed up by something improves sales. It would be something completely different if it was peer reviewed. Which it still might be, I don't know. You know, I'm just saying shit. But yeah. No preferences, otherwise I'll just choose something. What does going medieval say? It's just like gradual incremental updates. I'll return to this once it's like more fleshed out actually. But right now it's, yeah, I've played it and it was a little bit it's good to see that they're doing development though. Like that's what you want to see even if you're not actively like playing it. If you see your enemy fast and he sees me, it makes sense. Yes. Noble Fates had some small patches. Oh, hey Jax. Yeah, they had like also a holiday update. Yeah, this is another game that I played it a little bit off stream just to try and figure out like how to better play it. And you know, I've learned a few things here and there. Like they're not kidding. You really need to keep crafting. Always keep crafting. The ABCs of crafting. Don't look at this, okay? Just ignore that. Yeah, Going Medieval had its moments. It still does. Well, since no one can update queued. Why is there an update queued on this? Me and Peak have really been going at this game though. He completed the campaign recently, and I've been playing Casey's mod. For NF? Wait, what? What What do you mean NF? Are you talking about this game? But yeah, Kata, I mess around in that game. Anyways, what's happening here? Oh, Noble Fates. No, I don't think there's a win condition as far as I've been able to tell yet. It's not about that anyway, so, you know. 90% of your friends list is dead. Only 2 or 3 of them is near 57 rank as you. That's late added on friends list. You think they're overrating fun people having on their game? I might have to rephrase that one. It's literally dead. And the moment you're taking at the moment you're taking chest, completing dungeons, or do trial. Oh, you're talking about Genshin Impact. It would never be back. All map would be empty without a single thing to do. Didn't add anything to do in their game when story was completed. Literally, the only thing you can do except dailies is fishing, and you're already tired of that once. Right. Yeah, I was like, I thought you were talking about the Steam friends list for a moment just because we were on Steam, but yeah. Bloop. Let's do one round of this at least. I've been playing it for 28 hours, jeez. I've been learning a lot about how to get better at Inscription too, which doesn't necessarily say much, but yeah. But yeah, I never felt that Genshin Impact had a lot of good co-op content. Oh, I have a lot of people on here. You're attracted only to weebs? Okay. So in case you don't know what like Casey's mod for Inscription is, it's like an official expansion, if you will, that's still in development. And what it adds is the first part of the game where you play against Leshy in his cabin. Except the game's been modified. And some of the things that have been modified is that you can unlock new cards. So all these are, all the ones you can see here are the unlocked ones that change the gameplay a little bit. And you have different options for starter decks once you start getting into it. I do prefer playing with the vanilla deck though, but let's just get into it. So again, choosing my the vanilla deck. And then here, right now I'm at challenge level 6 because every time you win over Leshy, then the game gives you new unlocks. And mostly it's just about either adding new cards, or it is just adding new cards to the game, or these challenge difficulty settings here. And then of course the starter decks. So there's nothing roguelite about it. There's nothing that carries with you back to when you start anew, unfortunately. And in order to progress, we have to like choose enough modifiers till we reach the required challenge points here. So one thing here is that all the enemies are going to be tougher, and we're going to do tipped scales, which means that we start each fight with 1 damage. And then we're gonna do we want to do both of these? Yeah, so boss chests, like after we beat a boss you normally get rares. We won't be getting rares. And let's say that all boss battles are also totem battles. Now we're up at 60. And we start. See if I can manage this. Last time I got my fucking ass handed to me. Because it's still RNG. But this is our starter deck. We start with 2 pelts and these 3 cards here. Bloop. Oh, actually, let me just set the game. Hold on. Thanks, Unity. This is still in development though, so it's a little bit rough. The very first thing you always encounter is the Pelt Trader here, which is basically a way to extend your deck with some fancy cards. Ooh, we've got a good selection. Cockroach is really nice. The Direwolf pup that was recently acquired is also pretty good, but I think I'm going for a skink and a cockroach. That's kind of changing your starter deck. Now you might be wondering, can you walk around? Yes, you can walk around. But there is literally nothing you can do out here. The only thing you can interact with, as far as I have figured out, is this picture frame, which requires you to put down the cards. And the thing that is behind that painting is a new item. So Casey's Mod adds not just new cards, but also new items. Oh hey Toto, welcome to the stream. I just decided that we're going to do like a single round of Casey's Mod Inscription, which is just this. So we were talking to, I was trying to figure out like exactly what I should play, but no one came with really good recommendations. Ooh, we're actually in a very interesting position here. So let's take the cockroach and put unkillable onto the skink, because this is going to have an interesting effect. I was originally thinking just using the cockroach as is, but this is actually pretty good. You'll see why eventually. Firestorm stream when? Maybe next year, Toto. I won't be I'll be leaving tomorrow, unfortunately. Also, I need to sort out one of the kinks that I encountered with it, because there is a small issue, unfortunately. Oh, I have an idea. Okay, so if we put down the squirrel here and put down the skink, you're gonna see something interesting happen. So we attack for 1 damage, the wolf cub comes down, our skink goes over, and what's this? A wriggling tail with unkillable. How is that gonna work? I wonder, how is that gonna work? So you might have wondered, okay, why did I not draw from the other pile there? Well, it's because if we do this, we get this tail up on our hand now, which is still a 0-2 unkillable, which means that I can put down this and take my wolf and put that down over there, and look, now I will have the tail back on my hand and the skink, except this is a version of the skink that hasn't lost its tail yet. So now I can put down this wriggling tail and sacrifice that same tail to put down my skink. And if I wanted to, I could also put down the bullfrog right now. Would that actually be enough? Because we need to do 5 damage. 3. Yeah, I could technically take him out, but I think we want to wait 1 turn. But yeah, I have 1 kink with Firestorm or Tiberian Sun, generally speaking. It does some audio crackling when I try playing it, so every so often there'll just be like a hard to explain, but it was really annoying and very distracting. But yeah, we basically we have infinite squirrel cards now from a skink, assuming that it actually blocks something. So that's why the skink is like one of my new favorite cards. Any effect you put onto the skink is also applied to the tail that it leaves behind. Not only that, if you buff its hit points or damage, that also applies to their tail. So if we upgrade its damage at some point, let's just take this. If we upgrade its damage at some point, then the tail will start doing damage as well. And if it's unkillable, you know, we basically have an infinitely respawning tail that we can use for sacrifices and dealing damage. Okay. It's not exactly great. Do we want to go for birds? It's none of these that I actually want. Let's just go for the bird's head. You never know what you're gonna pick up. But yeah, the goal of Casey's mod is basically the first act of the game where you just have to beat Leshy, and once you do that, you know, you just start over, and if you lose halfway through, you don't progress, so... Okay. Oh yeah, actually that's not an issue. I was thinking I didn't want to block of this because we're gonna lose the tail, but that's not even a problem. Because yes, it's gonna kill the tail, but the tail returns to our hand, so it's never truly lost. And we can do something... Oh yeah, I haven't even drawn a card yet. This is great though, because it means I don't... If I have the skink on my starting hand, I never have to like look at draw from the squirrel pile to a certain extent. I mean, technically actually already now, because... Yeah, because I'm just gonna get more and more of these until my hand is like completely full. Because this is like basically an infinite sacrificial thing, except like it never disappears no matter what. Even the black cats don't have that ability. So you can see why if these start getting more hit points and attack power, that would be really strong now. Also, the meta for this game mode is to focus on as few cards as possible and then buff the absolute effing shit out of them. Like, no joke. That is the strat. Contemplating if I should redraw or take the skink, because getting the skink might actually be good. We'll do that. Do we have anything interesting coming up? There's a woodcarver up there. Oh, but there's also one here, though we would have to do a totem fight. Then we get a blood cost choice. We haven't used any of items? No. I also just realized we have the fish hook, of all things. I think that's the first time I've started one of those. What do you normally start with? You start with like... Oh, or maybe it's because... Ooh. Okay, we'll take the wolf's head. Hopefully that becomes relevant. Yeah, maybe it's because I've played so long with only 2 items at the start. Because that's one of the other modifiers. But they don't add a lot to the difficulty of the... like the point pool, so... And again, we can do a turn 1 skink. That river otter is gonna be really annoying. Yeah, might as well. Might as well negate that 1 damage. Let's do this the right way. Stow it over there, sacrifice the tail to put back down the skink with a new tail. And now we have a wriggling tail that we could just do whatever with. I mean, actually, think about it. Let's put the wolf down over here. Like, this is just so fucking broke. And just look at the amount of like tokens you also get. Because even if the skink would die, we can immediately put it down again without even having to draw anything. The only condition is that there is a tile next to it, which of course does make this strategy a little bit hard to do in the long run, especially if there's something that's flying, but you know. You can technically sacrifice that skink as well, just to move it somewhere else, because then it gets up on your hand again. So far it's going okay. Come on. No. Damn it. Yes, that's exactly the card that I was hoping for. Unkillable is so freaking strong, you don't even know it. Oh shit, I forgot to use an item. Oh, that means we get one of these. We can make that useful though. And we do get to infuse something, but the question is, what do we want to upgrade? Because we can do a couple things. We could technically make another unkillable skink and then have two of them. I'm thinking though if we should give the pack rat unkillable or if we should give it to the cockroach. Because we're gonna end with a lot of bones. So give unkillable to the pack rats. Oh, sorry, that's the opposite way. Give the pack rat ability to the cockroach. So then we can basically also get emergency items indefinitely at the cost of bones. And it's also a 1/1. But that's something like I've realized after playing this for so many runs now, that this game mode really makes you realize the full extent of what you can do with all the cards. Okay. So not the top deck I was hoping for, but it's good enough. Do I want to put Stoat down? Probably should. Okay, and because we've already used this many tokens, let's just use this item. It's really nasty. I really don't like the effect on that. It makes my teeth squirm every single time. Yeah, now we can use this cockroach to get like items for as long as we get bones, which is awesome. Don't have to worry just yet. So if I do this and put that down there, we have 4 tokens, which means we can actually get like a new item if we wanted to. Let's put that up on our hand for now. Because I just really wanted another hand. More tokens. Okay, great. Yeah, because there was that mole that came into play, and here's our unkillable skink. Doesn't really matter. Like, here comes that bastard. That's okay. Have so many squirrels right now that it doesn't even matter. Now we also get all these extra cards. Thanks for the look there, Toto. Do you enjoy your Project Zomboid? Oh no, we lost our thing. Yeah, you're a little bit predictable. 2 damage. Yeah. No wait, 3 damage is what we need. Yeah, I probably would need to do something about that. Trying to think here. This. Let's just go into phase 2 because no reason to put down another card. There's gold in them cards. I've actually found a way to negate these gold nuggets from being generated in the first place too. If you take one of these cockroaches and give it the ability that plays the card whenever something dies, then this card will never leave the battlefield unless you sacrifice it. Which is just broken beyond belief, because every time it gets killed, it just plays itself again in the same spot. Which also means that when it gets converted into gold nugget, it just reappears in the same spot too. Well, there's not much we can do. Have the tokens, but I mean, I can use I can use that item to get more tokens so that I can put down this to get another item. So silly. Also use this item to do something really silly. So we play that. We play that to get a new item. Just items galore, and then we can sacrifice that black goat to get this wolf. Not even like it's necessary. We won't be doing a lot of overkill damage, just a 1, but yeah, it's okay. That wasn't too hard. Now, which common cards do we get? Not really anything super amazing. I think this is probably what we're gonna go for, though. Even though it's just a 1-free. Tentacles. Yeah, I found out what they do, all the cards, but their effects are kind of like annoying. One of them, like if it's a mirror, it reflects the damage on the opposite side. Another one shows like a handful of cards, and then its attack becomes the amount of cards you have in your hand. And you can sort of see how it works. Oof. That would be funny. But not that strong again. Could give that to the skink. Because we're heading up to like an card upgrade. Nah, let's try and reroll. Crap. That was a bad idea. Shoot. Well, then we're gonna go with the coyote. Well, we can do it either way. Yeah, it's only when the card is played, so that's not really that strong, unfortunately. could give it to the wolf, but I really don't want to do that. Yeah, I should really have taken that other card. Oh well. So do I want a 1 free that can give a tail for 2 cost? Or do I want a 1/2 that can create an ant for 1 cost? Shoot, we're gonna go for the cheaper option here. And hopefully that's gonna be fine. That might actually end up being a really cool thing, but we'll see if we get the opportunity to. A wild bull. Oh, that's not good. This does 3 damage. It does like go over though and then attack the opossum the next round. Maybe that's what I should do. Put down another one. I've been like, I've basically ruined the game for me myself at some point by putting down one of these, so I don't want to make that mistake again. Ah. This is good though. Could also just to put down a pelt, I suppose. Yeah, this card, I guess it might be good eventually. I can actually get rid of that bull. But I have an even better idea. Because if we do this, then the damage carries through. Do we want to get rid of that though? Our opossum over here is going to do 1 damage. And then die and then not block anything, sadly. Maybe that's okay. We will receive an elk coming down too. Oh, that effect still damages the wolf. Okay. That's fine, I guess. So here's the other thing I can use this tail for. I can just use it for blocking. Infinite meat shields. Oh, and here's our other skink. I can actually test something. Actually no. Gotta say though, that pincushion is really annoying. Similarly, I can get like rid of it with this coyote, but well, it's a short 1 item. An emergency squirrel. Those can be really handy though. So let's sacrifice you to get you down. And then where is it? Use you to get you down. Might as well. Use this to get something that actually deals damage down. And something important to note is that every time we sacrifice these tails over and over again, we get more tokens as well. So like I can put down an emergency squirrel in my hand and then replace it with a new item if I so choose. Can also get the frog out, but then I would be dealing with an opossum. Actually, that's not an issue. Also doesn't matter that this skink dies instead of giving us a tail, because it also returns. The only issue really is that eventually we don't have any squirrels to draw, but I don't think that's a problem for us anymore. Now that we have something that's literally unkillable and basically plays itself once you get a tail. Meh. I was just trying to get more overkill damage, but it was a little bit harder than I thought. Oh yes. Oh yes, this is gonna be great. Trust me. Doesn't really... nothing of this. Ooh, okay, wolf cub, I'll take that. Because we're gonna do something that you don't get to do that often. Yeah, the beaver's kind of like meh. But here's where it gets really interesting. What do you think happens when we merge these two skinks together? Now we have a 2/4 unkillable skink that whenever it's played also gives us an ant card. And because it's a 2/4, I'm pretty sure its tail is also a 1/4 now. I actually don't know how it functions when you merge them like that. I know if you give them the campfire buffs for a target, that also affects the tail at least. But yeah, now the only thing is that we still need to draw the card, of course. Okay, this is not an issue. We'll put down a wolf cub. And skip the turn. Because that becomes a free 2. Let's block with our wolf pelt. Rabbit pelt, my bad. This is gonna be annoying though. It is going to be annoying. Let's block with a bullfrog for now. At the end of the day, all we need to do is take out our opponent. Okay, so we get our other wolf card. Oh yeah, right, that wasn't really a wolf, but you know what I mean. Let's just take this damage for now. So this is... Kinda don't wanna kill that cuckoo. Oh, never mind, we already won. I didn't even pay attention. Okay, let's try and go for a trial. I figured that going for these are better than just going for a direct card guarantee. Because if you don't get a card here, that can sometimes actually also be a good thing if you're trying to keep low on cards to, you know, improve your odds of drawing what you actually want. 2 of the same kind, that seems a little bit unlikely. Literally only have 2 wolves, everything else is like different, I think. Okay, coyote is also in the same, so that's like 3 out of all the other cards. Bone, that seems more likely, but would require us to pull 2 specific cards out of the whole thing. And sacrificial cost with most of our card, like that's not even possible. No, that's not, this is not even possible, so Why would that even be an option? Well, so close. But yeah, we needed to draw both our bone cards. That's okay though, it means we keep our repertoire light. Oh right, I should have used the fucking item. God damn it. I don't want these. Sometimes I don't want those pack rats. Doesn't mean that we can put it onto the wolf cub though, so it's not too bad. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We also don't have a totem yet. This is gonna be a flying asshole, so it's just gonna fly over our wolf cub. So it's not an issue to do this move. So we're just gonna take that free damage. Ow. Start dealing some damage, hopefully. Because the issue is that that egg's gonna be converted in a moment. Ooh, yeah, let's use this item. Because I think I have to. Because if I don't get rid of that bird, it's gonna kill us. Because this is gonna be blocked. We should be good now, though. Yep, he's gone. You have 4, so... Blub, blub, blub. Neato. Okay, let's see what we draw. Let's try and reroll that. And it was just as bad. Pronghorn can be nice though. And I think we have to go to the right basically. Because there's nothing I want to merge. Now the question is, what do we put on what here? This is really strong if you put it onto something like a wolf or a wolf cub. What are these golden little things? Playing on cold with spooky forest creatures? No, those are golden teeth. Occasionally you can get to like a trader where you can convert them into pelts, and the pelts you can then later go on to a pelt trader and convert into cards. But we just haven't gotten around to being lucky enough. So the question is, should it be the actual wolf or the wolf cub? Both are just equally good choices. The difference is that the wolf cub gets out on can get put down on the first turn. So let's do this. So now we also have a wolf cub that does double strike and moves around. Please something good, please something good, please something good. Oh, that's actually really interesting. Don't want this because that can backfire, but this is actually okay. And we have 1, 2, 3 cards that are relevant for this, so now all our canine cards will produce a B whenever they're struck, which is kind of cool. Because those are 1/1 flying and they can also be sacrificed. The nursing home near in the forest, I don't see any other sources of that much golden teeth for these creatures. That's just gold. Just very macabre gold. I'm just getting you today. Okay, let's see. Oh, stink. That's actually really bad. Oh man, that is super annoying. That is like really freaking annoying. Don't have anything I want to play. 'Cause I don't want to get rid of this, but I kind of have to. This is not good. Oh shit. Yeah, I made a misplay. I forgot that I didn't know. I should have put it in the middle after all then. Oh well. No takesies backsies. Yeah, I might end up having to use the hook on this one. Oh yeah, true. It attacks and then it moves over. Now it's a free 2 though. So it like survived, but for how long? Balls. That is not the card I was hoping for. Okay. Let's pull that down though. Your gold fund's in danger. No, it's more than my gold funds, my man. It's more than that. But we used the hook, now this is ours. Could technically use that to get a wolf out. Yes. Yes, that is... Oh, you can't sacrifice... Oh, okay, yeah, because it's not a creed... No... Okay, never mind then. Yeah, that's still gonna be 6 damage, so we're good. We're good. He's only got a rabbit over here. Start getting some items back. So now the good thing here, oh, we get to see this in action. Ooh. So it does get nerfed by 1 damage because of the stink ability, but it's got 2, so it can still deal something. And it's still killable, and we get a worker and a bunch of other stuff. So, his turn. He hits our skink, we get a tail. Ooh, and it does become a 1/4. Look at this. Oh my god! Okay, and it counts as if this card is being played too. I didn't expect that, so we already have 2 ants. So I could replace these 2 with ants already. Oh man. Oh, this is like... This is so fucking broken. Look at this. So yes, it's a 0/2 right now. But once I put this down, they become 1/1s because their strength is equal, or damage is equal to the amount of ants you have. Now I can like repeat this, because I get this tail down as well. Like I can make infinite ants with this one, because I can play this, then I can use this tail to sacrifice to play that ants, and then repeat over and over. Infinite ants! On demand, that are unkillable as... No wait, the ants are not unkillable. But yeah, infinite ants. Oh man. So I don't think it matters what he does now. It doesn't matter which ones we remove. Apart from maybe like the coyote here because it strikes 2 targets, or this one maybe? Yeah, let's get rid of that because that's 4 damage. There's also a canine, so we actually can use that. Well, let me just contemplate this for a second. Because I want to get the most bang for a buck, and we're 1 item short, so... A sacrificial goat. I don't want to get rid of that goat though. Let's try for another item. Oh, we got the same one. Ah. But what if I don't want the goats? Oh well. Oh, we didn't. He's already gone. Nice. I think we have a good chance of getting to the final boss fight and winning this. But I'll only do like 1 session, and then I think I want to play some Craft the World. Kingfisher, I think. That's what we're gonna go for. On to the next one. We finally get rid of our pelt. We only have one though. Because by the time my last time had an opportunity to trade, I didn't really have much. Oh shit, we've got this new effect. I forgot. When a card bearing the sigil is sacrificed, it adds its stat values to the card it was sacrificed for. Yeah. Too bad I didn't save my unkillable things for that. Because that would have been pretty fucking rad. So wait, when it adds its stat values. So I give this to the pack rat and I sacrifice the pack rat for something else, then it gives that creature. Oh, that's actually pretty interesting. Could also get a skink that I wonder if you give a skink the pack rat's ability, I think it would also give you an item when it splits up in two. Oh, there's like so many things here that you could do. I'm really tempted for the mealworm, also because it's a bone card though. Oh, that's true. I would like put it onto the pack rat, so that doesn't really matter. I don't want to put it on the coyote for sure. Yeah, let's do this. Because there was an altar thing coming up. Because we basically don't need to go for items. I can just make those spawn out of nothing. But yeah, this could be really strong too. Because then we both get an item, and then if I use that pack rat as a sacrifice for something else, it gets like buffed. So the pack rat technically doesn't get go to waste, it gets merged into something, right? Oh man. Okay, and we're against the fucking ant army. Well, two can play that game, motherfucker. It's like, oh no. This is like such a fucking whack-ass combo too. Because I can get 3 ants down right now. Like, I have infinite amounts of ants already. Like, what's the opponent gonna do? Because I do that and I get a worker ant. I play the worker ant that I just got from that tail. And if I need another one, I'll just do that over and over again. Wombo combo or whatever. It's like it doesn't even matter. Because this tail alone is all I need now to win. Because now they're all for whatevers. Oh my god, this is gonna be so much overkill damage, it's fucking insane. Oh, I love this game. Like, for these moments, that's what I love it for. Oh, we could get a wolf cub again, but do I want another one? I'm contemplating it just because it's a cheap card. And I already have, like, and it becomes a free 2, basically. So it's not ban on its own. Scam poor forest creature for all his skull teeth. Oh, I've done more damage than that in one round. Believe me. Okay, so we're getting rid of one card. I'm just gonna get rid of this coyote, I think. Because starting your hand with this really sucks. Ironically, this is gonna give us a card that gives us 1 bone at the start of every fight, but oh, this is a very similar fight to the last. A very similar fight to last. Not just for this reason, the enemies, but also for that card. Oh my god, we've already won. Like, it doesn't matter how many things they put at us. We have infinite ants. And it's like, I almost can't even do anything. I can't do anything wrong even, I don't think so. Because even if I did a misplay, like this for instance, I actually did a misplay there. I am contemplating trying this. Like, even if, oh, this is gonna be interesting. So I'm gonna do this, right? Put down the pack rat to get the, oh, I just get another wall. Okay, that's fine. Walls can be okay. And then we want to add that to this ant here. So now this is a 4-4 because it's inherited the 2-2 from that pack rat. Oh, this is fucking glorious. And then we're gonna use that tail now to put down another ant. So yeah, even if I fuck up, like, this is a 5-4 now. And we've got like tokens galore and way too many cards on our hands to count. You can't win. About to play Warframe, but now you're gonna watch this game until I stop playing. So funny and interesting. Yeah, it's a really cool game. Just the card synergies are just redonkulous. So we have two options. We can either infuse a card to cut down on our deck size, which I think is what we're gonna do, or we could have gone left to get a random, like, get a card and then upgrade something. But I think I want an infusion. I want to cut down on the amount of cards that we have. Let's try and re-roll that. Nah, nothing really good. Oof. Okay, it's a rattler. It's 6 bones cost, which is more viable now than ever, but but yeah, I want to infuse the Kingfisher on something else, because whatever I put that on basically becomes unkillable almost. The only thing that can kill a Kingfisher is something that both can block flying and has that spiky carapace ability. That's like the only thing. Like, it doesn't even, I don't even know if it even matters which order, because I can get an upgraded Kingfisher, or I can get like the flying wolf, because they were both 1/1s. I actually don't know which is stronger, because the I don't even know what the ability is called, but the thing where they evolve into like a stronger version varies from creature to creature, I'm pretty sure. Like a wolf cub becomes a free 2, but an elk or a doe or whatever they're called when they're not fully grown becomes like a 2/4. So as that was what I was worried about, getting a rattler. Well, whatever the case. Do I want it over there? No. So this is never gonna be struck. Yeah, okay, I think we're good, because we're gonna take 3 damage, so barely survive, and we deal 1, and then next turn we deal way more damage because it's upgraded. So we can last a couple turns like this. Another wolf cub. Okay. Because it's 3 damage and I take 4, and the next turn I can play another wolf cub and we're even. This is 4 damage. So we're like sitting right at the cusp. But this one also deals 2 damage and then moves over, so Actually, where do I want to put this? I think I actually want to put this at the very corner. But if I do that, then I'm toast. Right? Because that'll be one token short. But then I would lose this wolf cub. Oh, that's like annoying. I would lose it regardless though. Okay, big brain moves here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage. And that would definitely kill me. I can block 1 using this rock over here, which I might have to do. Wouldn't be such a problem if this didn't move around. Because like I can get rid of this bee over there, but then next turn that's just going to be a replacement. Similarly, I can get rid of that mantis, but that's going to be a bee replacement. So if I put that there, kills those two and I deal 3 damage. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. Which is still a lot. And I can block 1 of them. But that's 1 too little. Has to be a way. Come on, dragon, there has to be a way. It's a shame that Wolf Cub doesn't deal more damage than this. Because these are all flying, so I can't block it, regardless of what I do, right? The only things I can block are the mantis. So if I can block both of the mantis, does that actually make a difference? Oof, this is a tough one. Sometimes you can't win just outright, just saying, but but I would have to put the wolf cub there regardless. So 1 damage there, killing that bee, and then I would have to block all the other damage. I was just waiting for that one.
You're a fucking nerd. No one likes you. No one likes you.
So if I put that there, then this field would get attacked, and so. Oh yeah, because that's gonna. Oh yeah, this wolf is gonna block that attack. Actually. But then that mantis kills this wolf cub. 4 damage. 1, 2. Should be enough. See if I got the math on that right. Oh yeah, right, it goes under so it doesn't. Ah, I got it wrong, didn't I? Yeah, I think I got it wrong. Nope, I got it just right. Okay. Well, top deck. Something that can block flying, but doesn't really matter right now. Fortunately, this bee is, you know, free to play We've got 4 tokens, so we can get a new item at least.
16 times the detail.
Uh-huh. It's not always you get these, like, really fucking annoying fights, though. So we're in a situation where I pretty much have to do, like, this. And I might as well do that. Good thing is that the wolf is flying, so tit for tat, the wolf does more damage over on the left. But... One, 2, 3, 4 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4 damage. And then a B, and then it survives, and then next round I play this. Like this. Like I'm just barely surviving here. Oh man, this is like really stressful. I do have an extra life, but I do want to not lose that. So wolf down there gives me enough tokens to play cockroach. But that would just allow me to take out this bee. And then what? Well, I guess the turn afterwards. Oh yeah, I forgot. Shit, I should have used an item. Oh well. Yeah, it's okay. Hopefully. I'm surprised I'm still alive, to be fair. Jesus. Well, the good thing is that now we can deal 6 damage. So now we're finally like doing more than we're losing. And yes, the Mantis God comes down and deals like extra damage, but... Yes. It's fine. We've got freaking Super Skink here. Here it comes to save the day. Just notice how many enemies there are too, like... And now this boulder is like kind of, you know, this is what I was talking about. This boulder is actually a problem now because this mantis hits around it, so this is never going away. And similarly, our wolf is flying over all these bees, so they are never going away. Ironically, that's also what kept us alive. Those scales were fucking full. Holy shit. Whew. I hope we don't have another one of those anytime soon. Come on, I don't want expensive cards, I want cheap ones. That's good enough. Card infusion, or... I mean, we don't have anything to merge. And I don't need items, that's the last thing I need. Yeah, let's go this way. Maybe we get some interesting totem stuff. Who knows? Third retaliation damage. Could put it on the bullfrog just because of reasons. It's not a big upgrade, but it does get rid of a card, and it can block flying too, so flying would also take 1 damage. So it's not a terrible decision. Yeah, Rattler is really expensive. Oh my god, all our wolves give us items. I don't know. I think I'll probably stick to this though, because this is still really good. Having flying beasts and you can sacrifice them over like just maybe getting random items. There's also less than can go wrong, like. But yeah, if you survive until the boss fight with both, oh that's bad. If you survive to the boss fight with both flames intact, you get the smoke as an extra card for the boss fight, which gives you 2 bones and you can sacrifice it. Okay, so all these flying assholes are gonna like hurt. Ooh, that's really good though. Now we can technically get our wolf out on turn 1. I think we want to do that. And that's why the smoke is really nice to have. Because then I can do free damage. He does 2, and then next turn he takes 2 on that one. He deals another 2 to me. But we'll be putting that wolf cub down. Don't want to be dealing damage to those bait buckets though, because they can really screw you over. Oh, also, so the fisher dude will like steal your cards with a hook, but you can bait him into stealing your squirrels. You'll see what that means. Yeah, of course, the shark killed it. I forgot. Will he steal? Yeah, he'll still steal it. Okay. Yeah, I would have to survive the shock one to steal that one. That's okay. As long as I don't play something, he won't steal it. I really need to get rid of that bastard too. So I deal 3 and he deals 4, 5. So that means he goes down by 2. We can survive that. Boss fights are more scary though because you only have 1 life, so... Like, this is really cutting it close. Oh yeah, I forgot, we don't get to take out that Kingfisher gun, damn it. Okay. It's not the end of the world though. So what we need to do is we need to play that squirrel, we need to sacrifice that, place our wolf cub over here, and then put our squirrel back there. So now we're back to dealing 3 damage. We'll get 1 in return. So his own shot can actually get through, but now our other wolf cub is a free 2 flying as well. And because it flies, it doesn't trigger these bait buckets. They can like, they spawn these shocks, which are really fucking scary. So as long as I can keep pulling these squirrels, we should be okay. Because I just need another round of this, I think, and then we're on to the second phase of the fight, so... Actually, do I want to play anything? No, I don't. I actually just want to pass. Because the second phase, he places bait buckets in front of all your cards. Nice. Ooh. An opportunity appears. Normally, I would just sacrifice this wolf and just not bother with that lane, but because we've got Skink here, might as well try and milk this guy. So yeah, there goes like a great white. Oh, the overflow damage was kind of interesting. Yeah, now we can like make ants galore. Just for that added little screw you kind of moment. We already have 3 in our hand. So we deal a whopping, what, 12 damage? Nice. And he's this low, so check this out. It's overflowing with gold! Okay, that was actually not as bad as it. Like, the previous fight was even much worse than this. This one didn't leave me scratching my noggin for hours on end. Or what felt like hours. Get another one of those. Okay. Or we can get this, which I think we're gonna go for the mud turtle. We'll see why. I'm pretty sure that's the... yeah. We're in the end game now. So whenever you get to this before Leshy's fight, you get all these options every time. So a different totem piece, or you can trade in all your pelts, or you can get an item restock, or you can infuse. I've never chosen anything but the leftmost option, just to get like rid of cards basically. I want to put that on our wolf, because that ability basically makes it so that the first attack is completely negated on this card, which is really good. Second life. So, we might actually win this. And the end is upon us. So we get a smoke. We have a fan, a boulder, and even some tokens, so... it's just about... like, this is the last fight, so... it's a free stage boss fight. And he always seems to start with a moment. Oh my god, top deck. We've won. There is nothing he can do to stop us now. There's literally nothing, because there's no effect that permanently removes, like, unkillable cards. So we've just immediately won. Cool. So what else do we want to play? Yeah, I think we actually need to, because I need to move that mole man over. Yeah, I might have done a little bit of a misplay here. I should actually put the skink all the way over to the left. That's fine though. The cup's gonna move, so that's not that big of a deal. No, wait, this is actually bad. I don't know if the skink actually moves in the opposite way, does he? Oh, he does. Okay, so it's not an issue. I always wondered about that. But yeah. Now starts the ant worker spam. And we have infinite cards now too, so there's nothing he can do to win anymore. It's really loud. I can do something about that. Is that better? But yeah, it is a little bit loud. It's also supposed to be like climactic. There we go. Dodge this. It equals me now. Okay. I'll just do it a little bit more then. There's nothing you can do. Oh, so he puts down a stump for each. Oh, that's how that works. I mean, that's not gonna help him. Oh yeah, now it turns them all into gold. How original. It's not gonna help you, Leshy. The ants are not going away just because of that. Oh yeah, you have to draw a card. Yeah, well, what if I don't want to? just a 1-2. Look at all these tokens. Oh, this is dumb. Fucking love it. Yeah, steal that freaking gold there. Ah, okay. Okay, he's giving me a fight. The bastard. They're gonna steal one of my ants. We could be really cheeky actually and give them flying just to account for some of the damage. Oh, did it have? Oh, it had flying block. Okay, that's fine. It's like he has an ant now, but it's a 1-1. I guess I shouldn't have been cocky. He's really like doing a number on me. Well, we have options though. Let's just replenish that item before we do anything else. This is a 2-2. Okay. It doesn't really matter where we put it. And the possum, okay. Oh yeah, that was supposed to go over there. Oh well. I'm sure it's fine. I don't think I've ever heard this battle music go on for this long before. Bird face. Let's fight the freaking moon, I guess. Well, I mean, now we have pretty much won, because this one, you don't take damage. This is all about taking out the moon before you run out of things to do, I think. I've actually never lost this yet, so I have no idea if it's even possible. But it basically deals 1 damage to every single card on your lane. And it'll suck in, like, any small creatures that get stuck on the battlefield. Why did I even play that squirrel again? When I have literally all these ants. That's no matter. I can replace that with a skink and then replace that skink with an ant. Oh man. I wonder actually if the apple infusion ability would work on the skink permanently, so when it returns it stays that strong. I would actually be curious. Yep. You're dead. Yes. 7 misplace. All the bosses defeated. So you get all these like stats. Yeah, so this is the message. So you get these entries whenever you beat one of the like a full cycle. And until entry 4 there was actually like some storyline going on with Casey, who's a character in the game. Like mentioned in the main game, but I guess they were not done with it. And then we unlock a Wolverine. When it attacks an opposing creature and it perishes, this card gains 1 power. Oh my god, so this... Oh my god. How does that work with the skink, I wonder? It gains 1 power. So it just eats the enemies. That's fucking insane. And then single, you're limited to 1 life, 30 challenge points. Okay, thanks. Right, so that was a little taste of what Casey's mod is. Let me put that volume back up there. As I said though, just one game. They can be a little bit like mentally exhausting, so. A few days ago I played it like, how many times? 4 or 5, like 4 or 5 sessions in a row, and I lost every single one of them. But that was until I like read some discussion forums on how you're like supposed to like deal with this, because you're not gonna get a lot of cards, preferably, and not a lot of options to improve those cards. So use every opportunity to get to like reduce the amount of cards you have, and then focus on a few select ones. And then items can really save your ass. But sometimes not so much. Okay, so this is the one that we played on last. Yes. Kind of wanted to return to this just because I was having a great time playing Craft the World again. Just give me a moment to refamiliarize myself. I think we're doing okay. Yes. So, sometime after New Year's, I intend on, like, we gotta do the 200 followers celebration stream. And that's most definitely gonna be in a weekend. But I've also prepared some Tiberium Rim stuff. Now that I've had, like, the test session and been spending a little time setting up all the other small things and tidbits that I wasn't too happy with, and figuring out like which mods to use and all that. So I'm pretty much all prepped and ready to go on that matter. It's just a matter of figuring out a time frame where it feels right to start playing that. But again, that's also going to be next year. Sounds so weird saying next year. I mean, it's, you know, just in a couple days, but it sounds like something that's so far away. Oh yeah, it was the F keys for speeding up and down. I also promised Toto to do Project Sunboard. I haven't forgotten, don't worry. But I'll probably just buy it before like New Year's, and then won't be playing it until like sometime next year. Because I'm not really in the mood for zombie survival games right now. I was contemplating 7 Days to Die, but I mean, I can't even get myself to play the Alpha 20 on that one yet, so we'll see. All in due time. It's a good problem to have. Games to play, that is. The only thing that is gonna be a little bit difficult and uncertain is that after New Year's, from the 10th of January, I'm starting on like a program for startups, and as such I won't necessarily know how much I'll be streaming at that point in time. And it might also, like, if I'm streaming, it might also change the content, but that's in the future, so you'll just have to wait to figure out what I mean by that. Oh right, that was this fucking thing. The sleigh from those silly ass goblins parachuting in and ruining our day. Okay, this is a bad time to do this. There we go. I did also promise some Rise to Ruins after all, but that's also been a long time since I played that. Unlike something like RimWorld though, at least it doesn't require a lot of setup. It's just literally pressing play. Okay, so how about we do something fancy here? Oh shit. Eat him. Yeah, as expected, some of this. Dwarves are injured. If you're gonna play Rise to Ruins on stream, you hope it's gonna be something harder than normal one. Okay. Not interesting to watch. Okay. Fair point. I don't know. I rarely ever play video games to be stressed out, so it's like... Don't know what else you'd expect. It's like one of the same reasons why I'm not really into shooters. Well, I guess we'll see. I mean, I might try another difficulty, but it's like, as I said last time we talked about it, I've never beaten, or did I actually mention that? Like, I've never gotten around to beat the campaign either. Because, like, I never really felt the need to. Again, like, once you've beaten one map, it's very samey. Yeah, I would be starting completely blank, right? But does it at least keep a separate save for each of them? So that I don't lose my, you know, pre-existing progress on the other difficulty, like, entirely. Because that would be kind of shitty. For obvious reasons, like I don't want to completely lose all my progress either. Permanently, that is. Especially like since, as I said last time, all the progress that I've currently made has like been over the entirety of the time that I've been playing, and there's still perks that I have never seen before. That just spawned in the middle of nothing, okay. But I mean, it's not really that different watching, like, playing Rise to Ruins endgame as RimWorld endgame. You're just waiting around for things to finish up, really. At least that's been my experience, having played both. How do I want to build this? But of course, if no one wants to watch me play Rise to Ruins, then I mean, maybe that's just not a game that I should play at all then. Each time you started to play, you just watched how it goes. People wandering, eating, building things, creating things. A lot of effects to watch, rain, magma, etc, etc. Every time it's raining, just watching how water particles flood things is so satisfying. Oh, switch, itchy eye. I don't know. I may have just played it too many times that I don't really pay attention to those details. Like, they're cool, but I mean, it's not the reason why I play the game. But it's like, every time that I started anew, I also chose between the same maps. And that means there's a lot of map layouts that I've never been to. There's biomes that I haven't even seen yet. Which doesn't really change too much the game, but they do still pose their individual challenges, so there's that, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't really, like, it's got god powers, but it's not really like a good god simulator. It's not really a good god game in that sense. It's just as much a god game as Dungeon Keeper is a god game. In my opinion. Because you have your powers that affect the world, but yes, you can pick up stuff and such, but it's not like there's an alignment system. And it plays like much more as a typical RTS and tower defense than a god game. And there's also the village aspect to the whole thing, which is also like it exists, but it's also quite minimal at the same time, you know? Because yes, you build houses for your people and you have options on which types of houses to build for them, but it's literally just a place for them to sleep and regenerate hit points. Well, mostly random. That depends. It doesn't spawn entirely random, as you also know. Corruption spawns pretty much opposing to opposite side of where you decide to settle down, so almost every single time I force the corruption to spawn in the same location. So, if you've played the same map a couple times, you'll know this already. Oh, really? I mean, I didn't see the game in that way at all. I saw the game as being like full release, but with more to come. I never really thought about expecting much more out of the game. Like maybe some small additions, but nothing like super crazy that completely changes the game either. Like we got the junk system, the salvage thing, or the junk system, like as one of the latest additions before development paused. And like that almost felt more like an unnecessary nuisance at the time than an addition to the game. So speaking of that system where they run around, that's like super annoying too. Because it goes like, it really doesn't work well with the whole RTS aspect of the game. It just doesn't. I guess I do need like a door here. Because whenever like you want to cast something, they just drop all the resources and the AI isn't clever enough to pick up where they left off. So whenever that happens, you're like fighting yourself basically. Because if you use a power like that near like say one of your critical build sites, they'll just drop the resources and run off like a headless chicken for a few seconds, and then when they recover their senses, they're just gonna leave the resources there and go back home, because in the meantime someone else took the job priority and is now from the base walking resources all the way out to where like you're building. And I don't see like what it adds to the game other than like an atmosphere, so no. But I mean, they freak out just if you drop some wood right next to them. It's more the fact that they don't return to their previous task, and that's like, one side is like a world, like story world building element that improves your immersion, and the other side is that like pure RTS experience gets worse. So one is pure like storytelling, the other one is straight up gameplay, and they just, you know, they clash with each other. And ideally you want your game features to work together to make a better experience, but I just get annoyed every time it happens, right? Also, like, because there's no way you can counteract it other than just not doing anything. But that's not really a good solution now, is it? So similarly, there's also, because it also fights another system where if one villager is assigned a building task to like a torch that is like way out there, like a fire pit or whatever, and you want yourself to build it in a rush, you just can't do that because it reserves those internal inventory slots for that item to be built. And that means that you can't force construct it unless you literally remove everyone in your colony from constructing. Because even if you take up like wood or whatever to quick build it, you just can't, because they just drop next to it, if you know what I mean. The resources are reserved. No, that's something else. I'm talking when you literally just put the blueprint down, your workers, your builders will immediately see this and say like, oh, we need to build this, and thus the 10 wood or whatever, 20 gets reserved in its like capacity for when they come along with their resources, preventing you from actively building it yourself. Now you can use a construction spell once the resources are in to build it up yourself, but yeah, that one. And it's very annoying that you can't override whatever the AI is going to be doing later on. Yes. I mean, it's not really like the it's not even just a priority set. It's just because of how it treats all this, I guess. I don't know if you would call it priorities, but yeah, it's part of all that stuff. And if you're supposed to be able to build these things, you know, you should be able to overwrite them as well. Because there's like no reason why you shouldn't be able to do that. Other than like a pure programming based reason. Anyway. Let's build some of this, I think. Usually if people had too many things to do and build, they would not give a single crap about what you did. You just said to build on the corner of a map. But that's probably because the very first thing when I build these torches to expand is to set their priority to max. So that the AI starts doing their thing. And you should be able to still do that and then take over if the AI is like overloaded with other things or have to go from the other map, or you start putting down a lot more construction options, you know, so that your villagers can help you build them rather it being either or. So but I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the things that we might see in an update. Can we make that fertile soil anywhere? Or is it not yet unlocked? So that would unlock the large table. This would unlock... Oh, we have unlocked these. I'm a dumbass. Okay. What's this? Mage's Hood. Mage Couriers and Mage Boots. Don't think I've ever seen that in the game before. Oh, here it is. Arable land. So what do we need to do that? Okay, so it's the fishing thing. Okay. Right. Well, let's make some fishing rods, I guess. And we can make a bucket of worms. Then we just need to cook some fish, I think. You like to plan things for years ahead, like full reinforced stone road for all village. And all places they would go. Yeah, doing that too early is also not the best idea. Because all your workers just get overloaded with tasks. Something else in the game that's also always bugged me is like, I can remember what it is, but what was it again? It's like oh yeah, whenever you tell them to destroy terrain, all your builders will drop everything they're doing and completely override the priority system to go and like destroy whatever terrain you just marked. And it's just like, why? Why my builders? Why not just the maintainers? Why do the builders have that as... Because it's like a priority 1 task for everything. So if there's enough jobs that are assigned, they'll just go halfway across the map just to do that one thing. I also do some cheesy things in the game, I am going to admit that. One of the things that I do usually have enabled when I play the game is an auto clicker. Let's try making 2 of these. Like 60 workers can't do that, it's probably massive. Well, not just that, you also have to consider the fact that if you don't build the roads fast enough, they get converted back into dirt paths. Or however it is again, because if you don't do road I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that, I mean, road maintenance is a thing in the game. And I'm pretty sure that road maintenance has a lower priority than actually building new roads. Meaning that if you overload them with too many tasks, they stop maintaining the existing ones. And if you tell them to upgrade too many roads at a time, they'll never get done, because before all the roads are built, they're already deteriorating the first ones you built, I believe. But I don't know. Because it's for building purpose. If you don't have space to build a farm or house, they would die hungry and cold. Why they had it in priority to clear and build. But you have the... But you still have different work types though. You have the maintenance shack. And why don't they just have it as a priority 1 and then your builders as a priority 2? If there's nothing left that can be built, then we need to worry about clearing terrain. And then they'll just help each other out at that point. So it's not like the task doesn't get done because it would give you the control to do it. If you need to remove more terrain, you would just assign some of your builders to maintainers. You know? Yeah, but they also go around destroying terrain, though. Right? Because they're the road makers. Those are meant for building roads. But isn't it is it the maintainers or maintenance, or is it the road builders? I don't know if both or one of them, but I'm pretty sure at least one of them can also destroy terrain, because they all help out in, when you assign those jobs. I can't remember. That is annoying. Yeah, but they're not the only ones that do it, though. I am pretty damn sure about that one. Whoa, how big is this thing? Oh, that is... How the... Okay, so it's like a 2x3. Well, that is unexpected. So I wouldn't be able to put it down here, there's just not enough room. Okay. Well, let's try and remove these torches, see if I can get away with it. But yeah, when you're looking at the different job descriptions in your left side panel there, it'll tell you all the jobs that they can undertake, and I'm pretty sure that they can share the load. Never heard about maintaining road, but you need to build it like 4 times from nothing. Oh yeah, roads, they do deteriorate. If you leave a road for too long without having any road builders, they will just degrade until they completely just are just gone. So if you build a fully brick road and you remove everyone from road making, eventually it's just gonna be gone. It might be replaced with a dirt path, but that's because your villagers create dirt paths when they walk around. But yeah, you need to maintain your roads. There's also the thing where if a tree grows onto like a wooden path or whatever, it destroys the wooden path, but if it's a stone path, you have some time to like remove the trees still as well. Maybe it's just the tree thing then. I have seen stone roads being like deteriorated, like they just degraded over time. And I just attributed it to the fact that I didn't have many road workers or whatever Like I only had like 6, but then I had an entire village of just jobs set up and they never got around to actually completing anything. I'd have to look that up then. I mean, maybe I am wrong. No? That is definitely a thing. Yep. Yep. If your roads are actually degrading, that means you need more waymakers. They wear down with use faster than the rain. So the reason why it probably wasn't happening in that village, that corrupted area, is because no one was walking on them. Hey, Marka. Well, Kata, there you go. And if it wasn't raining, then they will technically never deteriorate if no one walks on them. So yeah, road maintenance is definitely a thing. We're just talking about some Rise to Ruin stuff. Apparently, Kata is being enlightened about some things that they never knew about it, even though they've played it for hours on end. So yeah. So basically, if you imagine all your road workers walking around frantically trying to get all these roads gradually upgraded, which then tears down the roads that they've already built. So before they get fully upgraded, they are maybe already worn down. And if the priority system prioritizes building rather than repairing, then the roads are just continuously going to be requiring building. So yeah, it depends. In a large colony, you can probably get away with 20. Especially if you go on for longer without anyone dying, because their skills have improved too. You have to remember their stats actually matter in terms of their speed. It also depends on how many bottlers you have and how many, like... Oh, so there's those kind of imps. Oh, that's cool. Oh, hell yes. But yeah, like... bottlers and having rations on your people so they don't have to go home to eat all the time. All that helps in doing this. Also having more road maker shacks because they can do repair and building faster. And if you combine it with other villagers that help deliver resources to the build sites, like it all works together. So you might be able to make it with just about 20 depending on your size and how many roads. But you would need all the other jobs as well to work in tandem with them. It's like a similar thing for making, like, water. How is it again? The water makers, they can, like, collect dirty water and deliver it to the water purifiers. But if you look closely, a farmer can also collect dirty water. I don't know if they can put it into the... Remember, if they can put it into the water purifier, but they can at least help out your water makers as well. So whenever they're not doing actual farming, they're still, like, doing other tasks, you know? Thanks for the lurk, Marka. It does mean a lot. So yeah. It's not all, like, there's, like, some complexity there. I also found out that I've been really underestimating the significance of using the QB golems. Where at first I was like, why do I need these guys to deal with trash and such? And ever since I started using them, it's been like way easier to deal with all the trash. And it's also been like actually beneficial in other ways too. But that's just like, you know, some things you just gotta play until you mess around with the things until you figure out that, hey, this is actually pretty good. Priority system, you meant not an AI one for assign all types of work for people, but the one you can assign, yeah, okay, yeah, I assume so. I mean, they have technically like a built-in priority system for like all the other tasks that they do as well that you can't change. Where it's like, you know, if you assign something for deconstructing, it just defaults to it. To that as being the highest priority that overwrites whatever you set building tasks to. Because there is no priority for removing terrain. Yeah. It's not just building or destroying, it's also refilling. As far as I know, the same priority system is also used for like restocking towers and other production buildings. So it's also like if you build a golem recombobulator out in the open somewhere, if you set its priority higher, it gets refilled with resources more frequently. And I'm pretty sure it also affects the priority for doing repairs. Though I'm not entirely certain on that one. I mean, yes. And no. It depends on a lot. In order to encircle the corruption, you usually have, like on many maps, you have to like either cut through a lot of forest or a lot of rock. Which means that they won't continue like almost won't continue building these torches anymore until they're done cutting down all the trees, right? Sometimes you have to clear a path out into the ocean as well, which means that in theory you would want to only clear a bit of terrain at a time, because if you do too much at a time, your villagers will like take forever before they start extending your territory, you know what I mean? And if you're trying to keep the corruption contained, that might not be in your best interest always. Any destroying terrain is wasted resources, so it's the last thing to do usually. I disagree. Not in this case. If your like main priority is not to gather resources, but to destroy the, like, contain the corruption, then then you shouldn't really worry too much about destroying a few rocks and trees. Like, I've never exhausted a map of resources either. The only resource I ever get low on is like, you know, iron ore, for instance. But the solution is to that is to buy it off the marketplace and then sell the other trash like ballista bolts. And anything else that's also kind of useless. Yeah, meteorites, but you can't target that in the corrupted zone now. Also, the corruption will spread regardless of what buildings they have, so I don't know what you mean by that. As far as I know, the only ways to slow down the corruption is if there's either natural terrain in the way, which only slows it down because the corruption prioritizes easy to convert tiles, or if you straight up block it off with corruption resistance. They don't need the workers to spread the corruption though. The corruption will spread regardless of the workers' presence or not. They won't be building any buildings, but the corruption will still spread though. Yeah, I don't know. They usually only build the buildings in open spaces anyway, so... And coincidentally, those are also the tiles that are easier and faster to convert, so... Like... It doesn't really... mean anything with the... in regards to the, you know, removal of forest and stone in order to encircle the corruption. So... I've also, like in my playthrough, I was starting to switch over to a strategy of building more like woodcutters huts than in the beginning than what are they called? The torches and all that stuff. Simply because it spreads out more tiles. That's another thing too, like if you want to spread your area of influence through the use of buildings such as an ancillary, you can do that, but it's, from what I've like sort of experimented with, really inefficient. Yes, you get more build limit, but you really don't want to lose your ancillaries, so building them in an exposed area where your whole goal is to spread your area of influence into to like nearby corrupted areas are like two things that don't really work too well together. Also, like, yes, the upgrades and such, but those upgrades get really expensive. And it doesn't really improve the survivability of the building, like even on normal difficulty. It only takes a couple seconds and it's completely destroyed, which is something I've always had a gripe with in the game. You do get more hit points for every upgrade, but it doesn't seem to reflect the amount of time and resources invested in the thing. When literally one level 30 like fire elemental can free shot your building, it feels like. Including setting it on fire, so... Nah. You only, I already said that last time, you only need 4 buildings to take out any corruption invasion, regardless of what level, and it's just what do they call it? 4 College Gates. That's all you need. Well, 4 College Gates and a 3x3 of essence collectors somewhere else, preferably, but that's for other reasons too. I usually place my essence collectors near my wood production because all the cut down trees produce essence after all. But again, I would have to try, and like, I'm curious to see how well my strategies work on a higher difficulty. I'm sure I can make it work, though it's very likely that without perks it is going to be really difficult to pull off. You know, everything in that game is difficult when you don't have any god perks, so no doubt about that. You also want to see it. I mean, I'm curious. I'm curious, not gonna lie. Also, you seem to have some really strong opinions, just as I do, so I mean, it's the only way that we're really gonna figure out if I even know what I'm talking about, I guess. I mean, I know what I'm talking about for normal difficulty, but I'm just very curious to see how much of that applies to a higher difficulty. It's probably gonna be fine. Famous last words, though. Okay, we need to make a lake. I've been putting this off because I've not been wanting to be bothered doing it, but I really need to make a lake. Kind of want to build it over here, though. To do that, we need to get rid of this thing. Damn, having these imp stations here are kind of cool. They can help clear out the battlefield whenever we're done. And undoubtedly there's gonna be a new dragon. Yep. Yep. Urgh. Did he even get attacked? Or did he even take any damage? Don't know. Just like that one archer that's just like taking all the damage on this one. And this bandage is really not like really making the whole healing capabilities in this game much more convenient. I do still think though that this is not going to be available in other maps, or if it is, getting water is not always the easiest. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh my god, there's a fucking army. Gulp. I'm sure we can brute force this. If this was a multiplayer session, these guys would be screwed though. But you can't just pause in multiplayer. Multiplayer is also really funky though. I tried it out with ammo at some point, I think it was. And like, I had all the DLC at the time, and he only had the base game. But I could still craft all the DLC content items and just put them down. Like, I also still got like female dwarves and such, which is also a DLC. Whilst you were just getting the male ones. So weird though, like why is gender a DLC in this game? Never quite understood why. It's not like they get special perks or anything. It's literally just a different set of like character models. Or textures, I guess. And voice. Not really voice lines though. Okay, let's make a lake. Let's do it a little bit out here. We could be a little bit fancy. So, Kata, maybe that's why you were saying what you were saying. It's actually just a ruse because you really want to see me. You're the one who really wants to see me play high difficulty, eh? Not true, but you do want. I'm also just joking. Or am I? I should have done a replace on all this. Oh yeah, I don't have any of these left. Okay. No matter, we'll just make some. Get out of here, you stupid skeletons. I really want to see one of the game tricks where you're building a perfect defense and just one random fire elemental starting to break way right in the corner of your base without reason. Don't see a single intruder at night on your main road because hundreds mobs already in your village from a new path. It does occasionally happen, but usually I try and gimp the AI into following specific paths so that that specifically doesn't happen. It's not always like, you know, guaranteed success or anything, but and usually it's the whole plan is foiled whenever like a piece of forest gets corrupted and they start chipping away in a corner. But usually the way that I try and gimp it is by proactively going out of my way to like encircle them in trees wherever I deem appropriate. So I'll have like a line of just halfway through a forest if it's encircling their base with the torches to block the corruption. And then I'll just use the growth spell or whatever it's called in that game to regrow the forest so that there's no like holes, because as long as there's no direct path to your structures, the AI is gonna leave them alone. Not to mention that, you know, fire pits are completely ignored by the AI. If in the next update to the game he changes it so that the enemies no longer ignore your torches, that would completely change the game. Like, that one change would completely change it. Got a couple of those. Turn out you gotta build double reinforced wall and water path to defend all walls from fire elementals. I don't even really build walls. You know what the best wall in the game is? It's a tree. You know, you can get trees now even easier than before. You can just grow a holy forest. Or just and just. It's one of the more expensive spells, but you get me, right? You can create literally a forest anywhere you want now, and it's an impenetrable wall. Not even the specters can phase through it. And the best thing, it's borderline free. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if there is no path, then they'll like start just attacking anything that blocks the path. But that's why you also don't want to accidentally block their path. You know, there are ways around that too. Just don't block their path at all. There's another reason why I'm not really a fan of putting down gates in the game either. In fact, if I use walls and gates, it's actually more as like a side build to the main road. Like the main road to the base is just completely open. For the most part. Or usually. Yeah, very much so, just to address that issue. Because ironically, like, they'll like you can almost have like a straight up like cobblestone path, and then just right next to it a wall going alongside it and buildings on the opposite side. But the AIs, if it's a curtain wall, the AI is just gonna like continue down the path towards your main base and ignore all the buildings on the opposite side, because they're mainly out after your stronghold. So that's why you can have your college gates in peace just on the other side of that wall, and then you just literally go like a few centimeters on screen down and just pick them up and then place them up in the 4. Almost like you're sorting postcards or something. A little bit silly, but it works. It's not the most elegant solution either, but hey, you know. Okay, so this should gradually start filling up with water. Yeah, that's maybe a little bit overkill. No, they're all just gonna go out there. Do I want to open this Pandora's box? Screw it, let's try. What the fuck is this AI doing? It's just like, for no reason, deciding to bonk that thing. The last time we opened one, we saw it displayed all the ores on the map, but reinforcements? Oh. Oh my god, look at all these fucking dwarves. Holy shit. Okay. Also, you just remember the very first things you ever read about the game: you can't win. Not being able to win is a feature. The problem with nearly all village sims is that you tend to reach an inevitable point where you can't lose the game. You just become too skilled at knowing exactly what to do, exactly what order. The game loses all of its appeal. You run off to play something else. That's not the case with castles. What? Oh, that's right. It was called something else back then. Aims to make a game you can't win. Every day the game gets progressively harder with no end in sight. But then a lot of people were like, oh, here's the corruption, which is like a clear, like, you know, enemy, but you can't ever beat it, and eventually you just lose to it, which also felt like a really cop-out thing to do, you know. Didn't seem fair. We might have to fill this up a little bit manually. until it like settles in the water down there. Actually, let me do that manually. Yeah. But I mean, that's kind of what the whole god perk system was there for too, right? It's to make those roguelike or roguelite elements kick in so that you had like some reason to continue playing. But I don't see why you can't have both though. I don't see why it's an issue to have like progressively harder enemies, but also being able to, like, I guess that's kind of what it is now, right? Progressively harder enemies, but also with the ability to actually fight them back entirely. Okay, definitely want to get some light up in this one. Retro pixel castles. Okay, some of our dwarves are freaking out. To be fair, I should also long since have made better equipment for them, but I've just been procrastinating that because I've been talking with you, kinda. Imagine seeing roguelike genre game in like 2014. Roguelikes have been around for much longer than you think. The concept of a roguelite is a bit different though. That's a bit more modern. And yes, there is an important distinction. It's like, for something to be roguelike, it needs to have RPG elements. That's like one of the requirements, as far as I remember. And it has to have some kind of mechanic where you start completely over, but you gain nothing. Like, whereas a roguelite does not require it to be an RPG for one. And whenever you do end up dying, you have some kind of ascension progress where something that you did on the previous run comes with you to the next run. So that's roguelite versus roguelike. And the reason why we call it roguelike is because the game that did this originally was just called Rogue, I'm pretty sure. Can't even remember, how old was that again? Yeah, it's like ancient, dude. It's from 1980. Like, this is what roguelike stems from. This is what we're talking about here. So that was the definition of roguelike. Yeah, so if you wanna, I mean, you can Google this yourself, but yeah, learn something new every day. So yeah, whenever you see roguelike and roguelite, the terms get swung around here and there on occasion. That's the game. And doesn't always get used correctly, and as such, it, you know, bars the ground for confusion. So like for instance, the card game I just played, people originally thought it as a roguelike or roguelite, where whenever you beat Leshy, or didn't beat him rather, you would get a death card for the next run to help it make it easier. But eventually people realized that, oh, this is not a roguelike nor a roguelite. It's just a linear story progression based card game. A game like Loop Hero is a roguelite because it gives you progression. What's another one? Dungeons of Dreadmore is a roguelike because it's an RPG game, and as far as I remember, it doesn't give you anything in return on the next run. Same goes for Noida, or however you pronounce it. That's also roguelike, not a roguelite. And then again, no, yeah, Noida doesn't give you anything on your consecutive runs from the last run other than the knowledge you had. That's another thing. The knowledge that you acquired on your previous run is what you need in order to avoid the same fate happening twice, and then you just need to get good in a roguelike. That's more or less how you sort of distinguish the two. So I hope that was educational. At least it's not as complicated as metal music genres, because that is a completely different ball game. These guys just keep freaking respawning. Okay. Maybe I should also make some like improvements here. We need some wool. I've been wanting to get more wool, but we need like this upgrade here. Should I just make more bait buckets just so that we can progress? Oh, make one floater. There we go. Should just have done that a long time ago. No matter. So now, oh, okay, this is cool. I like that. So arable land requires slime. Slime didn't really have many uses outside of like slime torches, and I never even use those. So having another use for slime is really nice. So yeah, imagine seeing a roguelike genre game in like 2014. I just found that really funny, I'm sorry. I can't imagine it, indeed. I actually don't know, that actually makes me wonder which games really started the trend of doing that in the first place. Because 1980, I mean, that's when Rogue came out. But the games that are roguelikes were inspired by that game didn't come out like much later as far as I know. But then the question is, where does it start? Probably a bunch of other obscure games that we haven't never heard about. I wouldn't be surprised. Video games are old at this point. And yet, still young. Paradox. Started in 2013. Well, whatever the case, I do enjoy roguelites myself. Case in point, Rise to Ruins is in a lot of ways a roguelite, right? And roguelikes do have their merit, but I definitely prefer the gradual, like, progression style gameplay. Especially because it also usually opens up the path for replayability. Not just because you can, but actually like it's a core part of the game, right? You have to play it over multiple sessions in order to gradually get stronger. But I could also see why some people might not like roguelites because you continuously start over. That's like what distinguishes a good roguelite versus a bad one. Like Loop Hero is a really good roguelite, for instance. Because it constantly gives you like new things to explore and play with. And it never punishes you so much that you completely lose all your progress in each of your sessions. Even if you completely fuck up, you still gain some kind of progress. But yeah, 2012 to 2014. Best years for devs and players. So many games came out, so much money was earned to make games, and everyone started to experiment with the genres. Yeah, that's probably why I'm having like such a hard time getting into the business myself. Probably not, I don't know. It's always confused me a little bit. You're not the first person that says that a specific year is like has been the year for really good games, but I've never really noticed that it really made much. Like, yes, there are some years that had more games than others, but I don't think I can ever point out one year over another in terms of really good games coming out. Though, I guess it is safe to assume that it's all related to world economy. After all, it takes a lot of money to make a game. And at that time, I was just playing them. I didn't really care about, like, the world situation enough to really take note of which games came out when. I was just excited whenever a new Legend of Zelda came out. Speaking of which, I think that was like announced or rumored to be maybe released sometime next year. That would be cool. Breath of the Wild 2, that is. I actually do have a capture card and a Switch, so I could technically play it. Even on stream, though. That might be one of those titles where I really want to enjoy it. And when I really want to enjoy a game, I just like shut off everything else and just like hunker down and play a game. So I don't know if I'll be able to both manage like having a chat in the back of my, like backseating the whole thing. That might be a little bit too much. But I don't know, I mean, these days there is a lot of games constantly coming out. If not fully, then at least as an early access title. And I haven't really felt that the indie game title train has really ever stopped. It's only been picking up speed from all I can tell. Assassin's Creed, new FIFA 2022. Like this year, you mean? But then we've also like, there's been that Icarus game that came out this year, which is like been popular. I mean, didn't Inscription come out this year as well, I think? Yeah. This year's previous one and next one. I don't know. Sure, it's a matter of like AAA titles, then yes, you don't always get like massive, new, innovative AAA titles, but it doesn't mean that good games are not coming out, at least. And I mean, I played the first Assassin's Creed, and then I didn't even bother like starting on playing the second one until after Assassin's Creed 4 or something, like a long time after that, if even that. It's not that many years ago I played Assassin's Creed 2 for the first time. Or rather, like all the way through for the first time. I had started it up, but I don't know, like just finishing Assassin's Creed 1 and then immediately going into the second was a little bit samey, you know? But yeah, I'm not really good at name dropping game names and such. The Riftbreaker came out this year. That's a pretty good game. There's also that pretty good puzzle game, Dorfromantik. And I mean, then more recently, like Noble Fates, I would say, is a pretty good release. It's not finished. Dismantle got its 1.0 release, which is pretty good. But it's all indie games, so like it's something that to the common person makes it seem like there's no like decent games coming out, I guess. Didn't we also get like ideology? What's the ideology? Yeah, that was the ideology expansion. That was this year, wasn't it? That wasn't last year for RimWorld. Isn't like an expansion, but you know. It's still something. Okay, we have so many books here. Need to start using them. Damn, we've got a lot of warrior books. What the hell? Okay, maybe I should just like start assigning those books to like pre-existing warriors just to buff their attack skill. That might actually be a good idea. Okay, so I think this Miller here should have the Miner's Book. A Hunter. Could give them a Climber's Book just so that they can get around faster, but probably not that important. Yo, Fisher, you can get a Swimmer's Book. Warrior, Stonemason. Yeah, it's probably fine. Probably don't want to put in too much on one. dwarf here. Oh yeah, I just reminded myself, I actually saw like a very interesting looking game on the store today that got recommended, which looks very RimWorld-y. I'll try and find it in a moment, because I can't remember what the name was. I did add it to my wish list, so I should be able to find it again. Can I sort by date added? Yes. Oh, this. Let me just share this with you. In case you're wondering what it is. Here. This game. Now, doesn't this reek very much of RimWorld in terms of the pawns and stuff? They've got a little bit of a different visual aesthetic to them, but it's very similar. But something tells me that it plays a little bit differently, though. Looks like fat rim nuggets. They are definitely a bit more bulky. But yeah, I've kind of gotten interested in this. This looks interesting. But the question is, like, is it gonna be worth it? A bit. Because this is like a fantasy, right? So I don't know. King Under the Mountain, eh? It is available as an early access title, on offer till the 5th of January. It's an important design goal that it is possible to play the entire game without getting into armed conflict with other factions if you choose to. Although weapons in combat can be significant parts of gameplay, wanting to make sure you can peacefully build up a fully functioning town to have the satisfaction of sitting back and watching your settlers go about their business in an ant farm style of play. So that tells me that they're aiming more at like the production chains kind of like approach to the video game focus, maybe, which would be interesting because that would set it apart from like RimWorld's story generator. But I don't know, mod friendly engine, player driven content. Yeah, I did say that in the end of the trailer. Have you ever spent hours in a creative game building something only for it to sit hidden away on your computer? King Under the Mountain players can opt in to automatically upload their settlements for other players to visit. Okay. This drives the basis of the adventure mode. You put together a party of champions from your settlement's population and go off on an adventure to explore another player's creation. This mode will involve turn-based tactical combat. Turn-based? Not real-time, okay. As you explore and battle through another player's fortress, claiming rare resources that may be difficult or impossible to acquire otherwise. It's important to note that nothing will be lost by either player in this encounter. You don't actually attack the other player, only a copy of their settlement, and there are benefits to be gained by both parties. Note that the adventure mode is not implemented yet and come later in development. Didn't see any magic or dragons in there. Well, that might also be pretty low down on the priority list. But this could be really cool. This player-driven content. I've played something similar in that regard. What was it called again? It was like a action RPG where you also built a dungeon and explored like randomly generated and invaded other people's castles. What was it called again? I can't even remember. You had like a selection of classes to choose from, and you basically set up mobs in your own like dungeon layout with predefined tiles that you put down and such. I can't even remember what the heck it was called. Oh right, I think I remember now. It's the Mighty Quest for Epic Loot. That's what it was called. Does that even exist anymore? Let's see. Maybe not. Oh, let me just do a quick Google search. I think it might have been shut down because it wasn't always online thing. Also owned by Ubisoft. Yeah. Google says it was a free-to-play action role-playing video game. But basically like this kind of gameplay where you would set up traps and all kinds of stuff. And the idea was that you put down units so that when your castle got like attacked, the other player had to deal with your setup basically. So that when you were away, you could get raided, and then depending on whether or not they came through or not, you would get rewards for it. But that was also player-driven content. I think that's really cool. Can be a little bit skeptical, of course. Because just like RimWorld started out as well, like the graphics for this are a little bit on the simplistic side. But it's like Tenon chose that for RimWorld back in the day as well, for the same reasons as these guys probably did. Which is to have a simplistic art style that is basically programmer art. Because that means it takes you less time to implement assets, giving you more time to program like infrastructure and all that stuff. 24th of August, Ubisoft announced that the Mighty Quest for Epic Loot was going to end all services. Yeah. Makes sense though, because it was always online, and they didn't really offer anything in their microtransaction store that was really like, wow, you know? And there was no offline mode, so endgame was all like people using the same meta for your setups too, so interest in the game itself just died once you reached endgame, because people like had spent their real life money to buy creatures that they could put down that were just like stronger than anything else that you could get for free at the same like time span or whatever you want to put that. So he was a little bit pay to win in that regard. It was an interesting concept though. There are other games that also do player generated content, but in a completely different way. There's another game that's called Fight the Dragon, which is just as much an ARPG as it is a level editor. The goal of the game is that you make a character, and periodically you can go and fight the dragon, which is like, you know, a respawnable boss that gives you really good items. As far as I remember, it respawns and stuff. And then in between, you go to these not randomly generated dungeons necessarily, but rather like player creations by exploring a world map, which is like separated in tiles, and every time you beat one map, it unlocks the adjacent tiles, which is then gonna be populated by a randomly selected map made by someone else, or one of the official maps if you're not keen on user created content. And you can do a lot of really fancy stuff with this engine. Like, it's absurd. So it's like a pretty good tool if you're interested in level design and just want to get started on something really quick and easy. It said the game is still up. But on phones now. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. But yeah, the problem with Fight the Dragon is that it's like it takes a long time to make something really good in it. And the curation, I don't even remember if there even was a curation system other than like rating maps basically on a star-based system or something like that, you know? Which means that every time you get another level, it could be really good or it could be really crap. There's also the problem that if someone wanted to make like a multi-level thing, which you could do, like a progression, right? That it was also really difficult in Fight the Dragon because your character's level and gear is independent from the maps necessarily that you're faced against. So basically any level creator can put chests in their levels, but based on level design and a bunch of other parameters, there's like limits to how good the gear can be. So you can't just make like, you know, a level that will give you endgame items off the bat. Also, regardless, like any chests that you loot are level gated to your current level. So whenever you increase your own level, the quality of the loot that you acquire henceforth is also improved. That's commentary about how good it is from 20 December this year. Really? Mighty Quest for Epic Loot? That's very recent. Yeah, maybe they just made a mobile version of it and were like, Chinese market or something. That's very likely. Sure. So it was basically like you would be dodge rolling through a dungeon, killing enemies and avoiding traps, and then get loot along the way. And that was a lot of loot in the Mighty Quest for Epic Loot. And at the very end, at the core of the dungeon, there would be like the main treasury, upon which opening would drop really many items. And usually that's where all the good fat loot was at too. Well, can't say that I missed the game, so... Although these guys like... Oh yeah, these guys are non-controllable, so they're just gonna whack at it. Sure, well, let's speed this up then, shall we? They're stepping on you, look out! Got some rusty helmets. We've gotten so many dwarves in the meantime that... Yeah, damn. How's the bed situation anyway? Oh yeah, we needed more fabric, which needed more wool. And to do that... crap, where is it? We need one of these anyway. But we want those farm fences. These, if we build these, we can start cultivating sheep and that stuff. Because until then, we basically have to murder a sheep every time we want just a little bit of wool. And we have to wait until they're fully grown, and yeah. Kinda tired. It's a good stream, especially in inscription game thing. Good luck, have a good stream. Thanks, Kata. And take it easy. I'll be looking forward to see you after New Year's, hopefully. I'll try and see if I can remember to post an update on the Discord for everyone on whenever the New Year's, after post New Year's stream is gonna start up again. Oops. No planning to die at least for the next 60 years, don't worry. Because of your dumb university doing everything so bad, might not be able to join some streams. Oh, okay. University, yeah. Glad that's over for me. Can't even mock these goblins for attack. I really wonder how long these blue dwarves are gonna stick around. If they're like gonna stay forever, basically. Can we like extinguish all this now, please? Another thing we also wanna, or I also wanna do next year basically is get started on the Fallout playthrough. It's all ready to go, but I've been holding off from it because it's just not been time for it. The only thing I actually really need to do for that is to test out the few additional mods that I'm planning on adding into the mix that I didn't have the last time I played it, but it shouldn't be an issue. I think I know why my eyes are tired. Didn't sleep for long and I've been up rather early, relatively speaking, of course. Damn, we really need some string, but the sheep are like all the way over here. Oh fuck. Really pissed off that dude now. to avoid. Oh. No takesies backsies. Get him! Ah, not the minions. We also need to do the battle. I need to start making a fucking schedule for all the games, otherwise we're just never going. Oh my god, what's going on here? Why is he spawning so many? Oh my god. Look at this. Yeah, I need to like start making a schedule, I think, for all the games, because it's getting hard to get an overview at this point. Because we also have unfinished business in Battle to Middle-earth. Ah, geez, so much. And especially with what I'm starting on next year, in January. Having less time to play video games. It's gonna be hard to fit it all in. But maybe that's a good exercise, eh? What are they? Okay, they were just talking something invisible. Oops. Meant to just make that one. Living forest staff, huh? Meh. Hey, we can start fishing in this now. They've just started appearing. That's really good. Apparently our dwarves are still recovering resources from down here. So the reason why we started removing all this back wall is that you can get those coins from removing it along with the front wall. So that's why we have like 33 coins all of a sudden. Probably the fastest way to get more. Oh, here's that living wood forest. We need gold ore and a red crystal. Yikes. Don't have any of those yet. Let's get some steel pickaxes. And regular steel axes. I don't know, do we have access to any better weaponry? Don't necessarily think so. Oh, they do an additional thing here, okay. Pretty mediocre protection, but they don't restrict movement and they enhance magical abilities. Mana 499S. The fuck does that mean? $249S. Oh. All this armor requires string though. How was it again? Did this backpack, is this what oh yeah, it gives you armor, right? Is it worth making? It might be, actually. Because it gives you 4 armor, and I believe I can just unequip the ones that we already have. So need to make an additional 3. Let's just make 3 of those. Here, traps. Traps are what I wanted to make. And then I want to start making a farm up here. It's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiles. And then we'll build a farm on top of all that. Try this. I have no idea if this is gonna work. Build stone, build stone. Okay, it should work by the looks of things. Oh shit, I wasn't supposed to do those. Supposed to be brick walls, not stone walls. Alright, this is also stone walls, but you know. Rock walls, I guess. Oh, trees have already started growing up here. That's not exactly what I'm planned out. There we go. Just barely fits. So because this is now 5 wide, it adds like a small little house here. We can put, for each tile of fence basically you put down, you can have an additional sheep, so. Or other animals if that's more your style. I mainly just use it for sheeps though. Not that tile. We want the wooden ones. These. Because I want farmland on top of here. And then where are the torches? Let's get some of those. Put those down here. This part might be easy to build directly. Instead of having our dwarves constantly going back and forth. Meh. Gotten this far now. Put you down there. So where's the farmland again? It's in here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's actually like... Okay. Because I was thinking putting some arable land on the very top here. This place is just gonna get so freaking trash next time we get attacked. I just know it. Yeah, when you control them directly, you also have the benefit that you can build much further than normal. Or than they would normally be allowed to, rather. Okay, putting down arable land takes a little bit too long if I do it like that. As long as they have a foundation, you know, they can split out the workload, but the problem is once they reach a point where there's only like one task that can be done at a time, because they can only like reach those first blocks, then it becomes a problem where they don't do the next like thing, like don't build further out until they're like done with the things that are right next to it. Does that make sense? Oh, maybe we don't want to do that actually. I'd rather put down a trap. As long as we capture 2 sheep, we can have them procreate just like that, so... Yeah, there's a lot of trees out here now. Because I haven't been managing the tree population. Nope. So we can do that, capture that. Yeah, unfortunately this sheep has to pass through a trap unless, in case we actually want to, like, entrap it. And capture it for our own sakes. Yeah, now we've got a nice, cute little sheep up there, and once it's ready to, like, be trimmed, we can use those scissors I made earlier, and just for each scissor you can queue up another sheep to be sheared. Doesn't mean that the shears are consumed though, it just means that there's a limit on how many you can queue up based on how many you have. So if you want to shear all your sheep faster, you just craft more shears until you have enough. Once you have one for each sheep, there's not really any reason to make more. Maybe the sheep is gonna go into the trap now? Sure hope so. It is hella slow though. Watch it turn around just at the ah, fucking hell. Fucking knew it. Okay. You little mother bucker. Oh, it's captured now. Metal staff. This isn't just a magical piece of wood, okay? I mean, there's not even wood used in the recipe, so... Huh? It's as though the staff's wood is breathing and is always warm to the touch. It preserves and ends powers and can summon ticks when attacking, okay. Yeah, let's get you guys some equipment. Oh yeah, we did get a new one as well. Up to 12 dwarves. Another mage user maybe? Or magic user? Not too worried that we have all these tools replaced. As far as I remember, you can use like iron pickaxes and such for decorative items so that they basically get recycled. Since there's no durability in the game, it's pretty clever use of these items to include them in crafting recipes for structures, because you can always use more structures. You get a full Santa set, and you get a Santa's hat. And you get this wooden armor. And that's pretty much it. I really should flatten out this segment here. Oh, we're getting raided in a moment. Alright. Oh fuck. Okay, we're not getting attacked from two directions. It doesn't seem like it, at least. Sometimes that does happen. These beholders are just getting kited around. Easy. That wasn't too bad. Hey, we got another Pandora. Oh my god. Oh shit, that one's like... that seems kind of dangerous. Just like floating in the middle of nowhere. And the island disappears once you've opened it, so... Squeak. Oh yeah, we can also grow stuff. Wonder where are the seats? It's not in there. I think they're in here. Yeah. So we've got all these new fancy seats that apparently was like introduced with the latest update. There we go. It's one of those giant worms here. Okay, let's sort out our hotbar for the moment. Gotta get those scaffolding down there. Place an egg on and see what hatches. I think we've got like some dragon eggs. Can we make / afford this incubator? Just need a cooking fire, so apparently so. Also need to make some more of this fencing. Maybe I should just heal everyone up. I also forgot to do the backpack thing. And there we have it. Oh, we need more steel for that. Right, because I just used it all for making other things. Silly me. And I can't queue it up until we have them. Okay. Well, You be a mage. You get metal staff. Which I don't know. I don't think I've seen that item before either. That is new to me. So we'll just have to see what it does. Because different magical weapons, they seem to have like different abilities. Like I think the second staff that you can make does like fire balls and such, and the first one allows them to heal, I believe. Unless it's something that's been changed. Could be a load of rubbish, but eh. I wonder if this worm actually converts anything, or if it just displaces all the blocks around when it eats it and then poops it out the other end. A little bit hard to tell. It's definitely displacing all the water, I can say that much. Oh, this is the portal room right down here, actually. Did think that looked awfully suspicious like one. So the idea is that once we uncover this, we should receive some recipes. And in total, we need to craft 5 portal frame pots, which are gonna require a bunch of materials, including some gemstones from far below, that are a little bit more uncommon as well. Especially because there's different types and you need this specific different ones. Can't get through, you say? Mm-hmm. Oh, it's down to the... I see. This also gives us a ton of dirt and skill books. Bursting all these background tiles. These blue dwarves are still hanging around. I wonder if they're just eating all my food too. I was thinking about that, but it's not really like I can do much about that, I don't think. this entire block of the world's just been like excavated now. Hey, we've got a fur sheep now. Can also kill that one. Don't want that. The bird. The birds are used to gather feathers, and you can use those to make like consumable arrows. They're a little bit better than the normal ones. If I recall, your dwarves should use them automatically when they're available. And then as soon as they become unavailable, they'll just switch back to like regular arrows. But I've never really felt the need for them, so I've always just like ignored them. Doesn't seem like worth spending time crafting the arrows when the default ones are just fine enough. Most of the damage is like inherited from the bow anyway. So like all the things that we do give us XP, which is what increases the amount of dwarves over time, and every time we do that we also gain all our mana back, so... There's like some cause for grinding all this, all these back wall elements as well for that reason alone. Because even though we use a lot of energy making all these portals be sustained and stuff, it's also like getting us closer to that next dwarf and a complete refill, so... It basically pays for itself. You can use these scaffolds pretty generously, right? Because you can just pick them back up again. And your dwarves are able to climb on them, so they can just get back up to the portal even if it is further up. So instead of continuously putting down new ones, you can just sustain the same one. And true, they have to spend some time actually getting up, but... it sort of evens out with the time spent like putting down new portals, or time lost by having multiple portals rather. And whenever we want to take out these guys in here, we just teleport inside. There's no reason to like pop it like a sit. Because if you put a portal inside, and then if something does go wrong and they go out of hand, they don't, you know, progress onwards to take out your base. Oh, right, the portal is gone. And the dwarves are hungry, are they now? Okay, well I did queue up a bunch of food. Put it in there. Now they do take gradually longer and longer to mine out the tiles the deeper you go, because the tiles have different tiers, and then you can mitigate that by like giving them better tools, but haven't quite unlocked any better tools. Wait, did you unequip that? Oh, okay, so you can't have a backpack and A metal staff. Okay, that's interesting. So that's like a two-hander then. Huh. Although I realized I've been wasting a lot of mana because I forgot I just unequipped all those goddamn backpacks. Well. And let's get those upgraded. Mechanized catapult. We've just looted a mechanized catapult. Oh right, I forgot these were a thing now. Tended to be used against waves of monsters and inflict significant damage to a large area. Alrighty. I have so many coins now. I think we could just go and straight up buy in-game gear if we wanted to now. Not for all our dwarves, mind you, but like if we really wanted to, for instance, we could buy a mithril pickaxe for our main mining dwarf and they would be able to one-shot a lot of the dirt tiles. I think that's actually a viable option here. This guy's like freaking out. Yeah, so now I just find, because we do have one miner here, then we give you this mithril pickaxe. Also get these. You're an archer. Wait, so the archers can't wear the armored backpacks? Really? Because archers can normally wear the backpacks, just not the armored ones? Oh shit. Okay. Including our mages. Okay, that's not good. Why did they make it that way? Doesn't say on the description that that's the case. It's a little bit misleading. Okay, well, shit, that means we have a bunch of armored backpacks that are gonna be obsolete. And I don't know if I can cancel those. Can I? Not from in here. I think once they start actually crafting them, you can cancel them, but then I'd have to keep my eye on that. I don't really want to do that. Yeah, we should also make some more scissors just for convenience sake. Where were they again? There. Yeah, we're getting down to the mithril and the diamonds, or gemstones rather now. Yeah, it definitely takes some time to get through all this stuff. This trap is kind of gun busted. I wonder if it was broken and then someone picked it up. It does happen from time to time. Nope, seems like it's just completely gone. Oh. Okay. Okay, so this only takes up one tile. I wonder... Probably put it there then. Low health. Okay. This lake over here is really starting to fill up now. It's good news. It's also going to act as a water reservoir. Yeah, those visiting dwarves that are not going away are definitely eating our food supplies too. Wonder if I should do something about this island up here. Or if it could bite me in the ass. Imagine it spawns even more of them. That would maybe not be the best. Oh, we've just gotten these. Oh no, I did craft them. Yes. Right. I was like, wait, did we get these for free? But no. I crafted them. Oh, all the backpacks are reinforced now. Yay! Not exactly what I had in mind. But I guess it's what we got now. I guess we could also buy a bunch of wool and then turn it into string. That might actually be something I end up doing. Cages. We did queue those up, right? No, I ended up using all the string for other things. God damn it. That's why I really need some more. Oh, let's just kill these sheep for now then. Because they will respawn. That's not the end of the world. Also never got that replaced with a wooden bridge. There it is. Didn't make them, I just never did the replacement. What time even is it? It is getting late. Have they overhauled the farming aspect of the game? It seems to be the case because these things are like growing on their own. And they're just like harvesting whenever they kind of feel like it. Or whenever it's ready, I guess. Not feel like it, that was the wrong wording. Yeah, no, these are not ready for collecting. 6 of those, 6 of those, 5 of those. So if we go in here and find the, I guess not there, then here, green. Should be able to plant this as well. Curious to see if they're automatically going to start harvesting those too, or if that is still the same old, same old. It probably is, because the process for this is that you grow the wheat and then you can take that wheat and put it in through a mill. In doing so, you get the seeds. Can make steel armor now. Also make better shields. Can also make rhino beetle armor. This is the... yeah. Because this requires steel first. Okay. Still not as good as the Santa armor though. That stuff is still very much viable. It's not just viable, it's straight up OP. Yeah, I really need to make more of this fabric stuff. So we can get some more beds. What even is our comfort level at? 68. Okay, so it's gone up a little bit, but not a lot. Did we ever build those fences? I don't think we did. Oh, we did. Let's get rid of that tree then. Oh, screw it, let's extend the farm out. Because we can also do this trick here. Because otherwise, if you have them disconnected there for like... it's so that you can have different animals, but... kind of want it all to just be one large thing right now. And since for each tile, we get to have one more sheep. Now we can have a whole bunch more. Yeah, the skeletons have nothing on it anymore. Can't do nothing. Well, they have automated turrets on either side. They're not too OP. They don't have any maintenance, but they can be destroyed. But it's just for additional damage. It's not like they do a whole lot. I would definitely never trust my whole base defense with just those. that would be a fallacy and a accident waiting to happen. Speaking of, I'll open my shelf if I could. I'm really worried about what's gonna happen when this thing like triggers. Oh, okay. What a waste. Okay, so you do get a little bit of time before the island itself actually disappears. Okay, well, I mean, we already had that knowledge, so... because it didn't actually do anything. Guess I can't remove the last ones. Yeah, that's fine. It's always such a joy returning to this game. Because every time I've been returning to this, it's like just small new additions. And because it's randomly generated, like even though I've done like the first map type, if you will, over and over again, I'm pretty okay with it. It's always an enjoyable experience. It's not always quite the same. Should we extend the farm? Nah, I think this is good for a little while. Because this is going to be a lot of sheep eventually. Might even be too much. Oh, that's really cool. Also, because the imps are here, they're actually able to collect all the crops and then move them into storage. Oh yeah. We do have 5 wyvern eggs. So we're now incubating that. And you can also make digging machines. I don't think I've ever tested these, so I have no idea how good they are. I think they run along the tracks, maybe? Chassis of self-propelled digging machine is a miracle of dwarven engineering. I've just never needed them, I guess. By the time I could make them, I'd already dug out half the map, so... Of course, this is a small map, so on a larger map it's more viable. Yeah, making these tough backpacks is gonna be very expensive. Yeah, see, these guys can easily... They can wear a tough backpack. It's just the armored backpack seems to only be for melee fighters. How interesting. It is a slightly strange limitation though. Because it's not like they can't wear shields too, right? Or can they? Oh, so they can't actually wear shields at the same time. Look. Huh. Okay, then I really don't like the armored backpacks. Because the shield gives you more. And you need regular backpacks to make these, so it doesn't seem... Okay, so I think I see the idea. The idea is that I give this guy an armored backpack instead of a shield, and then I can equip something like a smithing apron to improve their smithing skill or combat skill or whatever it may be instead. Like if we make some grinding stones. There. I give this guy a grinding stone. This should improve his melee skill. Yeah, efficiency as a warrior. Yeah, improves it by 12. Don't necessarily know if I agree to this approach. But it's interesting. It's definitely different. It does mean that I did waste a lot of resources. Like, that is the main thing that I kind of wish I'd known beforehand, that this would be a limitation. Also, these longbows are pretty cool. They shoot 2 arrows instead of 1. So it's not just like more damage, distance, and accuracy. Well, actually, it's less accuracy. But that's because you shoot 2 arrows, I guess. It's like 10 damage more, but you have 2 arrows. Meh. Oh wait, did I ever? No, I didn't. Where are you? Fisher. Or no, wait. Yeah, okay, so you don't need to actually equip a fisherman with like a fishing rod. That all happens like automatically. It's similar to using a bucket in this game. They just kinda exist. Okay. So what do we need for more? We still need iron ore. Okay. For more steel bars. These guys are definitely going far and beyond just to collect whatever rest is down here. Oh, it's because of these tasks. God damn it. Okay. I mean, we could start strip mining this section here to get all that iron. That's also like something you get from removing the back wall panels. You can get additional resources like iron that way. Well, I mean, if we build this way or dig downwards here, at least the enemy won't be able to reach us, right? Isn't that how that works? Hmm. We need a door here. Otherwise, the dwarves are not going to be happy. Kind of wanted to dig out this cavern because it seemed like these plants really like growing around here, so might as well use this as like a respawnable area stone thingy for this leaf stuff. And then make it like 2-layer or something. The enemy. Okay, let's get everyone mustered so that we're actually defending ourselves. Should be okay though. Well, we do have all the blue dwarves hanging out, so... Yeah, victory dance. Wee. Okay. There's another big ass zombie over here. Oh, he probably got wrecked. Let's control this one. You can also harvest things like through blocks and stuff when you're controlling them directly, so it's... you could consider it a little bit overpowered. But at the end of the day, it's also just really useful. Definitely gets away with a lot of the headache of trying to like collect resources and build in more like peculiar situations, let's put it that way. Also, I wonder, so there's these stone staircases here. I mean, they're technically just look like they're ladders, but I think it's because normally like the AI likes to break your ladders and they are very fragile if they're the wooden type, so they probably added those additional ones to mitigate that issue as well. Also, like something about this game, whenever something occupies a tile, it sort of like gobbles it up, if you know what I mean. Basically, like if I were to put a tile here of dirt, that dirt and sand gets like engulfed in this block, so if I mine this, they pop back out. So the resources aren't lost, they just get like stored inside the blocks temporarily. Say on like Minecraft, where if you put a block on top of something that's lying on the ground, it just gets pushed away. So if you ever play this game and you wonder where all your items that you just mined were going, like if you mined out a ton of iron and then you immediately filled out the floor with a bunch of dirt, now all your iron is inside that dirt, basically. So make sure to collect all the resources before you start building in a location, unless it's like resources that you don't care about. If you're doing the placing down the crafted tiles, let's call them, like the stone and wood for instance, it becomes kind of interesting again, where since they have those different shapes to them, if you switch it to a shape that would leave like an open space where those internal items were supposed to like be located, then they also pop out, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we can do stuff like this as well. Mine through the blocks. It's not a problem. You can also cast spells from this perspective. Hey, our egg hatched. Nice. There we go. Now we've got a neat little cavern just to get all this plant stuff if we need that ever. I've never really built one of these, so I have no idea how well that works. Something I do remember though is that we actually want to have like a long path here of just dirt. And I think I would want to actually move those torches up by one. The reason why that is that it allows crystals to grow on the soil there. It has to be underground for them to grow. But space these out. But they'll basically grow on soil underground as long as it's, I believe it has to be dark as well. Same goes for these mushrooms. And since they're used for mana potions later on, it makes sense to like make a farm that way. And if you put down torches, actually I don't think, yeah, I think light doesn't matter for those to grow. That's just for the spiders and all the other crap that can like spawn down here. But so that egg spawned. If I remember, yeah, it gives you a riding wyvern here. So if I give this accessory to Clara here, now Clara should be able to fly around. And we've got multiple wyvern eggs, so if we hatch them all, we can get flying mounts to our people. I think last time, before I revisited recently, like last time I played, that's when they added those wyvern, and I was like, oh my god, you can fly dragons in this now? Because wyverns are a type of dragon after all. Or wyverns, depending on how you say it. Oh wait, this guy is fucking back now. Okay. Interesting. I didn't think he would respawn. I actually thought he would be a one-time thing. Well. Don't know if I want to strip mine underneath our base, because it means if we want to expand anything. Would get a little bit more annoying. Yeah, so this is where if I want to build out this, it's going to be much faster to do if I take a dwarf and just go ham on this pathway here. Because if I want to instruct them to do it automatically, you know, they'd be putting down that tile, then returning back, and then I can put a tile on top of that, and then once that is built, then they'll be able to reach out and build the next one. So it's going to be a slog if I want to not do it manually, essentially. Something else that I've not really utilized. I did make them, but I just never ended up building them. These mining lamps. They are pretty useful. We'll see why. Now they do need to be placed by your dwarves, but once they're placed, and if you mine the terrain underneath them, they will just fall down. Like so. And if you combine that with these scaffolds, we can like mine larger sections at a time. Oh, we do need to put this one down though. There we go. And this is part of why I like having a lot of scaffolds on hand. I've actually run out. Because the issue is that if I were to right click that, they would remove the lantern rather than the background as far, unless they've changed it. So you do want to have like the ability for them to climb up these scaffolds here. So they can get all that back wall. You can of course also mark all the in-between areas here. Flying woman lady here. Well, we're definitely starting to have some sheep now. I wonder if these plants only last for a certain long time before you eventually do have to replant them. Maybe that's how they work. For grain, you basically have to harvest them manually every time they fully grow before you get anything. But maybe the other crops are a little bit different than that. It seemed like we did get a lot of food out of them though. Yes, all this lovely string. So we should be able to make some tough backpacks, which are very expensive. Might actually want to get another carpentry bench now that I think about it. Or workbench as it's called. We did have one in excess, so... Can I? No, I cannot put it right next to the ladder, unfortunately. I can put it right there, though. Don't see why not. Don't know if we should put down this catapult anywhere, though. Because I have other plans for these tiles up here. Because we could extend it all the way out and then put it in the middle there. Might look a little bit silly, but meh, whatever. Because the enemy will build ladders up to get up to the higher levels too, so it's not safe just because it's higher up. Though it does require the enemy to have like those specific units with them that are still alive in order for them to even put the ladders down. Since not every enemy can put down the ladders after all. Okay, I think we might want to clear out this dark elf down there. The egg hatched. Okay, let's do another one. This mage here, maybe. You can get one of these. Also, these tough backpacks, they can carry 2 more items than just 1, so in case you were wondering what the difference between them were. Starting to wonder if the crystals do need darkness in order to grow. Might also just be that this is not deep enough. No, they are growing on the right hand side. Yeah, it might just be because it's too light. Okay, let's get this dark elf taken out. That one dwarf was like, "I'm the fuck out of here," before being like, "Ah, I'm the first one here. Screw you, bitches." Yeah. Need every dwarf on deck here. Maybe I did take on this dark elf before I was well equipped enough. Oof, yeah, he hurts. Considering it's just that dude and the summons he does. He still hasn't lost his first heart even. Oof. Yeah. I think we can still brute force it though. Yeah. Achoo. Come on. Go down, Ray. This is one of the portal pots. One of the recipes needed in order to beat this area. Should be able to take on this one though, without as much trouble. It's just like a Surge Rush. And the hive automatically perishes whenever all the Surg insects are done. Okay. But yeah, that definitely does confirm that I need some better equipment. No doubt about that. Tomato juice, okay. Make some jam, carrot juice. It's all just juice, huh? I'll just feed the vegetables as is, of course, but... Another Pandora's box, eh? Should definitely make a training hall. I'm thinking underground though. That might be a good spot for it. Yeah, we should probably take care of these before they trigger their themselves. It's basically like if you disturb them for too long, I think they start attacking you on their own. Yeah, these lamps basically fall down like sand, so it's basically like a light source that keeps following you all the way down as you strip mine the whole place. Pretty useful. They do have their limitations though. As I said, like you can't remove the tile that they occupy. Is that an iron door? Nice. Yeah, I'm skeptical now. I think these torches need to go. We also have these steel armors, though they can be upgraded. See if we can find them. And there's that mage curious and such. Well, we can make 7 of these using that steel armor that we just made. I think we've got like 3 mages. Oh, that's just made instantaneously, huh? Okay, okay. Well. Try and give our dwarf mages some new clothing, huh? Looking fancy. You get a 1. And you get 1. It's not the highest armor, but I wonder what it means for their mana or magic capabilities. Dude, I feel like I just refilled all this food and it's already gone. Getting that external help hasn't exactly, I would actually rather be free at the moment. Because I feel like they're eating all my food. And they're not really doing much in return. Sure, they protected the base when we get it. Wait, what? Are we just randomly getting it? Or did like a goblin invasion just happen and I didn't know? Oh, this guy's back. Oh, did they change the longbows now? They only seem to shoot 1 arrow now. That's peculiar. I think they also weren't always used to be called longbows. I think they used to be like reinforced bows. This is all our ranged dudes standing in one freaking clump, just being gorilla alive. I almost fought one of them die there. Oh my god. Well, definitely close. I think coincidentally that's the one that's like running away right now. Flying away. Where the fuck are you going? Here come all the goblins. McDonald, please. Oh man, there's a lot of these guys. Yeah, a little chaos. Kill all with an axe though. Ooh, that was not scary at all. Good thing we're making better armor. Okay, we can build these target practice things now. probably should build it down here in somewhere. Oh, yeah, you can also make a heavy shooting tower. Oh. Couldn't remember if there was like a higher tier of that stuff. Silver Sword, Wizard Staff. Okay, there's also like a higher tier training facility. Flamethrower. Over here there's like a Tesla Tower, which does improve defense quite a lot. Yeah, it's not until you make like the final bow, like that's... Not until we make the final bow do we get better bows, it seems, unless there's like some specific map related ones that we can unlock, I guess. So yeah, we really just need steel armor for everyone. And there are steel boots now, I believe. Oh, there are iron boots, no steel ones. Yeah, that always was like a weird one too. There's no steel boots in the game. You can only make iron boots. For whatever reason that may be. Actually, what did that unlock?
That's just for fun. You can keep that.
You can craft that. I think actually, yeah, we can make silver ingots now. Welcome back home, Peak. I'll be on Discord in not too long. Oh, okay, so that's what that means. I think it's the mages maybe generating extra mana with the mage clothing. Oh, that's kind of cool. I wonder if you can see that anywhere. Unless you're going straight to bed, that is. If you're going straight to bed, then I guess it doesn't matter. Mage, Climber, Carpenter? Could kind of use another Carpenter. Warrior, Stonemason. Let's give you Climber. Logger, Warrior. Smith. Mage, Stonemason. Fisher. You have 2 beers that you have to drink first. Okay, so that's like, what, 10 minutes? Knowing you at least. Let's give you a logger ability. Okay, that means everyone's got skills. 1 hour. Okay. Hunter. I think we've got some hunter books. Nope, I did not. Just using these books on all these dwarves now because we've got so many of them. both books and the dwarves. Do not have any cooks in the shit. Oh, there he is. Basically gonna max that out. Oh, we do have one hunter. I was looking for the wrong color. I was looking for orange, but that's the Miller's book. Neato. Should probably have bought more minor books instead of doing what I just did, but it's probably fine. Because mining is like one of the most universally applicable things, after all, as you can probably tell. It's been a long day, okay? It's okay. It's definitely okay. Can't wait to hear about it. Oh shit, we still got goblins sitting up here just chilling out. Storm the front. XP. Here's another trick the game does, which is kind of interesting. Whenever you zoom out by a certain amount, notice how all the bezels on all the tiles, they like disappear. Also the lighting becomes much more simple. That's a very clever trick to save performance. Basically like a 2D level of detail, LOD as it's called. You see that in 3D games too, where they'll switch out three-dimensional objects in the distance with one that has lower poly count. Because there's no reason to try and render something with thousands of polys if it's literally like 2 pixels on the screen, right? So therefore you simplify the geometry for far distance objects. And most 3D modeling programs these days can actually make these models dynamically too. Or not dynamically, but you can either make them dynamically with the game engine if you got the right thing for it, I guess. Or you can pre-make them by use of a 3D modeling program or third-party software. I messed around with it at some point. It's actually pretty easy to do too. At least the tool that I used. Okay, we should be able to use the resources from that worm for making better gears, so that's pretty cool. But even with all these bandages, it doesn't really feel like it's the game's gotten any easier. I just have more expendable income now. Like I can actually use my gold coins in something else. Which before you would, or at least in my case, I would very frequently buy healing potions to mitigate all the damage you would get throughout the raids and such. But you can kind of just like use the bandages now, I guess. Wouldn't be surprised on a later map that that strategy won't really work. Has a tendency to do that, video games. Another thing that you also get is that the higher tier that these tiles are, these dirt tiles, the higher the probability of getting like something good as a secondary resource. So as we get down to this layer here around now, like you can get iron and coal, I believe, from just randomly mining tiles. There's only a chance, but if you mine the ones even further down, that chance is even higher. Can't remember if you also get like higher quality stuff, like gold and silver. But yes, it is a thing in the game. Which is kind of nice, especially considering that iron doesn't even appear further down. It's all just gold and silver and then eventually mithril. Wonder what that is. Looked like a staff of some kind. We've like just excavated this massive cave around this whole thing. Oh man, we've got a lot of sheep now. Eventually we can also decide to like get meat out of these. And I assume the more sheep you have, the faster they procreate. But that remains to be seen. I can't remember. Oh. And these have just respawned while I was looking away. Cheeky bastards. Onto the turret. Oh, we're also getting raided in a moment. How's our equipment going anyway? 'Cause we made silver, yeah, we can make silver pickaxes and armor now. So it gives you 12 armor minus 2% agility. Just agility is how well they move around and such. Right, but yeah, okay, so this Rhino Bee llama is still better though. So it makes sense to still make it. That's what all I needed to know. Dun, 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 dun. The game also does a pretty good job at automatically prioritizing all the tasks that you can do. Oh. You can do it manually here, set your custom priorities and such, but pretty simple system. Give us that combat XP. Bunch of dwarves. Oh shit, I forgot to give them equipment, didn't I? Ooh, bugger. I mean, Xanta's armor is pretty good. It definitely beats anything that I can make still. Might even have made too many chest pieces, actually. Yeah, kinda. Might want to give the mages some defensive armor instead of like the mage chest piece, though. I have a feeling they're getting bonked or whatever you want to call it. Absolutely demolished if I don't. Okay, so let's look at their hit points real quick. Would be nice if all this was like done automatically though. I mean, technically with mages they can like heal your troops using your items, I believe. But other than that, it's like basically you just have to make sure to go in and heal them up before they completely perish. Sometimes it gets a little bit too close though. Would be nice if it was automatic in those situations, like here, this guy's almost dead. It doesn't take long when you're running at 3x speed, of course. Especially when there's this high of a density of enemies. At least they're dwarves, some of them, they can fly, so they don't get stuck behind enemy lines. But yeah, I should probably have waited with issuing the attack command until they'd been like closer to the base. Just for those turrets to also get some shots in, but yeah, as usual, I was too eager. We'll manage though. Woohoo! We did it! It's just like a bunch of materials lying all over the place. Alright. I think that is gonna be it for today. Still a lot to be done in that game, but that's for another stream, another day. Ooh. Let's see here. Anyone we want to say hi to? Okay, so it doesn't show moderators if they're not here at the end of the stream. That's unfortunate. Emma was around earlier, but no longer. Yeah, I expected. Even Tumbles has stopped streaming for today at some earlier point, it seems, so we'll probably also just call it. Anyways, that's the last stream before after New Year, so thanks to everyone who popped by. Oof. Not even been a full year, but it feels like it's been a full year, like in terms of streaming. Started like early summer and now we're here. Just a little bit over 200 followers. That's pretty cool. I think when I started, I did have a little bit of a head start. I started around like 30, 40 or something from a while back when I did like a specific stream event thing. But still, that's a lot of people added on to like the community. So, and it's good to see so many people have decided to join in on the Discord fun. You know, as they say, the more the merrier. It's always nice. But yeah, that's it for today. And the next time I'll be streaming will again be sometime in the new year. I don't want to promise any specific dates, but again, it's gonna be like one of the first things in the new year. It is gonna be Tiberium Rim, I would assume, and then moving on a little bit later in, I'll do the 200 followers special event. I will give everyone like a good head start to know in advance, so like it doesn't surprise you just, oh, like it's tomorrow, you know. That's what I kind of wanted to avoid all this time, which is why I didn't do it now, like at the end of like Christmas and everyone's not even around, maybe, who knows. But yeah, thanks for a pretty awesome year, and I hope that the next year is gonna be even more kick-ass, and that we get to do more of all this stuff that we already have been doing. Anyways, I've been talking for way too long. Thanks for joining in on today, and I will see you all on the next one. Have a very good one, and goodbye.